He had tried to talk to her about it, but the Dread leader had maintained that it was just fatigue and continued to ignore any advice or offers for help. The good doctor had thought about exercising his right to declare me unfit for Vanguard duty. However, since he was on a female-dominated ship, his suggestions and opinions may not carry as much weight as they would on a ship from Tarak. Despite the fact that he was the head physician and surgeon on the Nirvana, albeit he was the only physician and surgeon, he was still considered by most of the crew as an unwanted, but necessary male crew member. In the end, he decided to hold his peace. A little later, Slade munched down on the bento that Dinah had given to him as they both sat in the biopark of the ship. The young Dread pilot continued to smile happily as she gazed at her Mr. Alien. "Why are you staring at me like that? It just makes me so happy to watch you," Dinah replied cheerfully. Slade gave Dinah a funny look, then went back to wolfing down the food. He was going to need all the energy he could get for the next time he transformed. Though he could have simply eaten more of those god-awful pellet rations, he was more than eager to devour real food whenever possible. He had often wondered if this kind of behavior was either instinctual or had been ingrained into him. Nearby, a certain someone began clicking pictures from behind a tree. "I check." We now join Pilot as she is speaking to Jura. The voluptuous Dread pilot was currently taking a shower. And there they were, having a nice little picnic. The thing is, he seemed completely under Dinah's control. And it was all because of one little boxed lunch. Jura smiled after hearing Pilot's report. I see. The kitchen. That's why I'm doing all this cooking." Barnett was quite irritated to learn why her partner Jura had requested that she cook up one of her special meals. "It's so I can combine," Jura explained as she admired the polish on her nails. "You do love me when I'm beautiful, don't you, Barnett?" The Dread pilot let off an irritated sigh, then smiled evilly when she spotted a bottle of hot sauce. Without Jura noticing it, she began sprinkling a generous portion of the bottle's contents, then added a few other choice spices to the filet mignon she was preparing. "All right, I'm done. That's why I love you, Barnett. Let's go find him." I can't wait to see the look on his face. Neither can I, Barnett thought. "So what do you want?" Slade asked with a bit of irritation as he was being dragged toward a table. He could have easily resisted, but had decided that it wouldn't hurt to go with the two Dread pilots. Slade found himself being directed toward a table with several platters that were covered. As soon as he sat down, Jura lifted the lid and the aroma of food instantly caught the Tekkaman's attention. "Whoa!" Jura smiled sweetly. "If you agree to combine with me, then you can eat it." Slade sighed. There had to be a catch. "Fine then, I don't want it." "Too bad, it's to die for." Jura shrugged as she waited for his response to the delicious smell from the filet mignon. Slade's stomach rumbled a bit. Even though he had just eaten, he was still a bit hungry. His Tekkaman powers always required large amounts of food energy, and it wouldn't hurt to stock up on extra reserves for the impending mission. Well, maybe just a little taste. But I'm not saying I'll do it. Jura nodded as she nodded for him to sample the food. After that first bite, Slade would be twisted around her finger. Behind them, Barnett grinned. After one bite of that doctored food, Slade's taste buds would be totally obliterated. However, what Barnett didn't know was that Slade was already aware that the food had been given a heavy dose of hot sauce and spices. His sense of smell was a bit more acute due to his Tekkaman abilities. He also had a way of countering the effects of those spices. Just as he placed a small piece of the steak into his mouth, he focused his ki into his tongue to withstand the spicy food. As a result, he felt no pain other than a slight tingle to his taste buds. "Well?" Jura asked. "How is it?" Slade shrugged as he chewed the morsel thoughtfully, then swallowed. "Not bad. It's a little bland though. Do you got any hot sauce?" Barnett's jaw dropped when she heard this. "What?" Slade shrugged again. "I like my food a bit spicy. Give me that." Barnett grabbed the fork out of his hand and used it to pick up another piece of the steak. She then shoved it into her mouth, and that's when she felt her tongue ignited with pain. Water. Water. Slade snickered a bit as he and Jura watched Barnett run off with her mouth on fire. Jura looked back to Slade in confusion as the Tekkaman shrugged for the third time. "Was it something I said?" It was then that BC's voice was heard on the intercom, stating that it was time for the Vandread trainees and Slade to prepare to descend toward the planet. "Oh well," Slade said as he stood up and left the rest of the meal. "No time to eat now." He then ran off toward the hangar where Pegasus awaited him. "Hey! Don't forget that you're supposed to combine with me," Jura called after him. "I didn't say that I would," Slade called back. A few minutes later, the Tekkapod launched from the Nirvana and sped toward the planet's atmosphere. It was soon followed by the special dropship, which had 3 of the Vanguards mounted on it. Inside the Megele, Jura and Barnett, who happened to be sporting a pair of very puffy lips. At the helm of the dropship was Jura. Her gaze remained focused on Pegasus. "I won't let you get away that easily," Jura said fondly as she directed the ship to follow Slade's trajectory. "Stop it. The only one who's going to combine with Mr. Alien is me," Dinah said over the comm systems. "You keep out of this," Jura shot back. Barnett shook her head. Hopeless. She then rubbed her sore lips and wondered just how Slade could have withstood that food. The Tekkapod and dropship made fiery re-entry paths through the planet's atmosphere. As soon as they had passed through the clouds and cooled down, the dropship broke apart, letting its cargo experience freefall for a few seconds. The Vanguards deployed umbrella-like devices to float down toward the planet's surface. Pegasus simply righted itself and fired its control thrusters to slow its own descent. Since it was larger than its counterparts, it was deemed too heavy for the umbrellas to work, so Parfait had installed braking thrusters. Its heavy armor plating also protected it from the heat of re-entry. Inside the Tekkapod, Slade watched the ground approach through the main monitor. He had decided to hold off transforming until he needed to, thereby conserving energy. Pegasus caused a small sandstorm to be stirred up when it landed. The other mecha soon touched down on the desert world and began looking about. They had landed amid several artificial structures, which resembled the ruins of some forgotten city. On board the Nirvana. "I'm too late," Mia said as she ran toward her awaiting Vanguard. Puro floated up the girl. "You're pushing yourself too hard. Don't you think that they will be fine? I'm sure they can get by without you." "No," Mia said while shaking her head. "I'm supposed to be responsible for all of them. Even Slade," she added silently. "But the dropship was only meant to be used one way. There aren't any others," the robot pointed out. "What?" On the planet's surface, the Vanguard team surveyed the seemingly desolate area. Placed off to one side were the umbrella-like devices, which also functioned like booster rockets for getting back up into orbit once the mission was finished. "Well, this place is totally deserted. Nothing to get excited about," Jura commented. Barnett agreed. "There was no need for Mia to come with us." "Wow. Look at all this sand," Dinah remarked. Slade was unimpressed by the landscape. As he directed Pegasus to follow the others, he noted that it was a bit sluggish. "I guess this is Pegasus' first time on land." At that moment, the sensors registered a tap on the Tekkabot's shoulders. Slade winced as he saw who it was through monitors. Jura smiled seductively in her Vanguard. "Well now, shall we get on with it, HMM? You've got to be kidding. You want to do it now?" Pegasus tilted its head in confusion. "Inquiry not understood. Please specify what it means." Dinah's Vanguard came stomping up to them. "Hold on. The only one Mr. Alien is going to do it with is me. You keep out of this." Jura shot back. Slade hated to be treated like some sort of possession and decided to end the argument. "Will you both just knock it off?" With that, he fired up the Tekkabot's thrusters and took off. However, just as he gained about 100 meters in altitude, a sensor caught the movement and shot out a beam of red light, which caught the Tekkabot in the back. Several dozen more devices let loose crisscrossing beams that formed a kind of lattice above the area where the Vanguards were, effectively cutting them off from the rest of the planet. "What the hell?" Slade found that his control console was starting to short out as he and Pegasus plummeted back down. High above, a lone Vanguard came down through the clouds. Inside it, Mia piloted the mecha toward the landing coordinates of the other machines. She tried several times to raise her comrades on the communicator, but with no luck. As she headed down toward the surface, her machine began to shudder as a sandstorm suddenly appeared and caused intense turbulence. On the bridge of the Nirvana, Poirot became very concerned. The pulse monitors for each Vanguard pilot were showing elevated heart rates and increased respiration. When he saw Mia's readouts, he knew that they were in serious trouble. This is not good. Their pulse rates are increasing and they are showing signs of fear and disorientation. Something bad is happening down there. PC immediately raised the vanguards, but the communications links had become unstable. Their responses to her hails became fuzzy. We're squawk. Trapped. Easy. Ah, look. Halt. The sand is crackle. Attack. Kuzum's expression turned to confusion. The sand is attacking? I became a little more than shocked to see the sand start to move about on its own. As the sandstorm whipped about them, particles started to adhere to the surface of the vanguards and spread across them like blobs. Servos became locked and other moving parts became jammed, making their movements even more sluggish. This sand is a little too freaky. Inside Pegasus, Slade was getting angry. The sand was trying to pin down his robotic partner and it wouldn't be long before the Tekkabot was immobilized. He had to do something. Tekkadread. Luckily, the top of the Tekkabot was still uncovered and the hatch opened up for the Tekkaman to burst out. As he landed beside his now inert partner, he gazed at it while trying to think of the best way to free Pegasus. At that moment, Jusenkyo came up. Leave this to me. Activating the vent exhaust located on the front of her Vanguard, Jura directed the airflow to blow off the sand that was coating the Tekkabot. A minute later, the machine got back onto its feet. Not bad. Not bad at all, Slade admitted. Jura smiled as she said, and for my reward, you know what I want. The Tekkaman gave her a disgruntled snort. Are you still hung up with that combining stuff? Haven't you figured out yet that I can only combine with your dreads? How the heck am I supposed to combine my armor with a Vanguard? The blonde's face then became both shocked and disappointed. You're kidding. If I had known that, I never would have trained for this mission. Mia's Megele landed hard on the planet's surface. Her cockpit became dark as several systems went offline. Due to the storm, she had landed several hundred meters from where the others were. Her breathing became rapid and she was taking short gasps. Her heart thundered in her chest. Her forehead became sweaty and her eyes widened in terror. She then heard Tuero's voice on the comlink. Mia, do you copy? Turn on your main monitor. Look as far away as you can. The Dread leader reached out with a trembling hand and pressed a switch. He should mind his own damned business. As the monitor looked up and showed the sandy landscape, her breathing became calmer and her heart rate dropped a bit. However, her relief would prove to be temporary as she caught movement in the distance. Something was heading right for her. What's that? The Nirvana. Mia's Megele had disappeared from the sensors. PC acknowledged the bridge crew member and tried to raise the others. Barren, Jura, Tarak, Slade. Do you copy? Mia has disappeared. You have to find her. The landing group had received the message. However, The Vanguards and Tekkaman were too busy to respond. Just after they had freed themselves from the sand particles, a new threat suddenly appeared. Several mounds of the sand on the ground began to rise and take the form of the Vanguards. The Dread pilots were now putting their newly learned combat skills to the test. However, like the male trainees of the Ikazuchi, they too were inexperienced in such maneuvers, and were slowly being pushed back. Dinah struggled as one of the sand shapes grappled with her mecha. She saw that the systems were being drained of their power. The sand is copying the Vanguard systems. It's almost as if the blood was being drained out of us. Fortunately for the group, Slade was quite familiar with such situations and promptly took charge. An instant after Dinah engaged in combat, the sand monster was slashed in half from behind by Slade's lance. Using his superior speed and maneuverability, the Tekkaman began flashing in and out of the groups of sand vanguards and took out a few more, giving the vanguards more room to fight. Patching into their communications arrays, he began giving orders. Don't let these things separate you. Watch each other's backs. Barnett growled. I don't take orders from a man. However, Slade ignored her comments, as this was not the time for arguing. He ordered Pegasus to take to the air and start strafing the enemy. The Tekkapod took off and began raining down cannon fire and laser bolts, causing the sand creatures to scatter. As the enemy was forced back, Slade pressed the attack, while motioning for the others to follow behind him. He couldn't use his Voltiker, since his comrades were too close and would be caught in the blast. They would have to take out their enemies one by one. Then again, close quarters combat was something that he excelled in. I'm right behind you, Mr. Alien. What are you doing? Barnett shouted out. Dinah replied while fighting off another foe. Mr. Alien is trying to help us. Barnett gritted her teeth as she saw Jura's vanguard following Dinah's. The blonde pilot added. She's got a point, Barnett. We have to do this and Slade seems to be our best bet to getting out of here alive, so come on. The Dread pilot snarled a bit, but finally relented and followed after her comrades. After a few minutes of non-stop fighting, the tide slowly began to turn. As the sand vanguards lessened in number, Slade raised Barnett. Barnett, we can handle the rest here. Go look for Mia. I told you that I don't take orders from a man. Either take orders from a man, or lose your team leader. Your choice. Jura's friend growled, but realized that Slade was right. She then went off in search of her comrade. Run a full analysis. PC commanded as communications with the landing party was reestablished. Ezra nodded as she worked her console. She then brought the results on the monitor. There seems to be some kind of device hidden underground that's controlling the sand. So this was some kind of trap left by our enemies, eh? Magna commented as her eyes narrowed. And with that force field in place, our vanguards are cut off. What's happening down there now? PC looked at the readouts and became a bit surprised. The vanguards are engaged in some kind of counterattack. Who's leading them? Is it Barnet? The captain had been informed that Barnet was the most proficient Vanguard pilot out of the 4 trainees. BC shook her head. Remember, she's gone to look for Mia. The one who's leading the attack is Slade. Mia shivered in fear as her Vanguard laid on its back, as the living sand was swallowing it up. As the strange substance coated her Mecha and rendered her helpless, her body began to lock up and her breathing rate became shallower. Her heart rate became like a hummingbird's and she couldn't seem to come down. What should I do? I'm so scared. Just as her machine was completely engulfed by the sand, Barnet's Mecha came onto the scene. MIA. Barnet engaged the shovel extension of her Vanguard and tried to remove the sand that had trapped Mia. She couldn't use the vent exhaust as it was too clogged from the sandstorm and it had suffered some damage during the battle. Suddenly, Mia's sand-coated Mecha got up and knocked Barnet's machine away. It rocketed upward to touch the force field high above. This caused a loud alarm to ring out as several structures lit up and began pulsating. What's going on? Magno demanded. Ezra gasped as she read the readouts from the sudden power buildup from the planet's surface. Some kind of auto-destruct sequence has been activated. Another crew member confirmed this. A countdown has begun. 300 seconds to detonation. Near's on a 2 landing party. Get out of there now. PC cried out. We'd love to do that, but we're a little busy down here. Slade said as he slashed another of the sand creatures apart. He then turned and saw another coming at him. However, just as he was about to attack, Barnet's Mecha came up from behind it. No! Stop! That thing is MIA. The sand got her and it's controlling her. Inside the Mecha, the Dread Leader was in a state of catatonic shock and didn't seem to notice anything at all. She was suddenly jolted back to reality as her Vanguard was suddenly knocked onto its back. She then heard Slade's voice over the communicator. What the hell are you doing in there? We don't have time for this. The Tekkaman stood on the downed machine, and began using his lance to try and get the sand off. However, every time he cleared an area, the sand would simply cover it up. Forget about me. Save yourselves. Mia said weakly. Don't be so selfish. Slade shot back. Your reason for a living may be to give me hell, but I'd feel real crappy if I let you die in front of my eyes. Damn. This isn't working. Slade couldn't ask Jura to blow off the sand as she had done before with Pegasus. By this time, the sand had coated Mia's Vanguard in a layer that was too dense for such measures. He needed another way. It was then that he noticed a kind of storage tank nearby. His armor's sensors picked up a kind of gas that was at least 60 degrees colder than the outside temperature. 150 seconds until detonation. Did you hear that? Kuzon cried out on the communicator. Tell me something I didn't know. Slade shouted back as he hurled his lance at the storage tank. The structure exploded, unleashing its payload of freezing mist. The cloud of cooling vapors spread across the whole area, chilling everything in its path. At the same time, the force field above them deactivated as the circuitry became frozen. "What are you doing? It's getting cold in here. I'm freezing," Jura complained, then realized something. "Wait a minute." She looked through her monitor and saw that the sand creature she had been fighting suddenly became stiff and brittle. It then broke apart into a pile of shards. The other enemies followed suit. "You're so smart, Mr. Alien." Barnett hated to admit it, but it had been a good idea. Slade nodded as he looked back toward me as Vandread. The sand that was coating it cracked apart, allowing Mia to see daylight again. Inside her machine, Mia took on a scowl. To think that she now had a man her life. She tried to make her mecha move, but it would not respond. She looked at her readouts and saw that the sand had drained much of her power systems. There was no way that she could escape in time. "It won't budge." Slade saw this and decided on the only course of action. There was no time to be delicate. Plowing his fist into the chest of the mecha, he tore open the canopy and stared down at the pilot, while extending out a hand. "Come on." "What?" "Right now. It doesn't matter between men and women. We don't have time to argue. If you don't want to die, then take me and 30 seconds. PGAs. Open up the cockpit." The Tekkapod came down beside its partner and opened up. Mia was immediately placed inside. At that moment, more of the sand vanguards began to form around them. "Get going, all of you," Slade called out as he retrieved his lance and began fighting off the enemy. "I'll be right behind you. PGAs. Launch now." The Tekkapod acknowledged the command and promptly lifted off. The other vanguards followed suit, using their booster units to achieve escape velocity. Ida looked back and saw that Slade had finished off the last of his opponents and was just starting to lift off. However, the computer that controlled the sand decided that if it were going down, then it would take the Tekkaman with it. A huge shape emerged from the sand and formed a gigantic hand, which snared Slade's legs and began dragging him back down. "Mr. Alien," Ida cried out, though it was too late for anyone to help. The vanguards and Tekkapod were speeding away, just as the countdown reached 0. Slade turned about and stared down at the thing that was trying to kill him. "I've had just about enough of you." His shoulder guards opened up and began focusing energy. His sensors located the master computer and then... GOLDKK. Time's up. On the bridge of the Nirvana, Magno and her crew watched with apprehension as the surface of the planet became covered with huge balls of orange-red explosions. Guero's medical monitors showed nothing but static. There was a foreboding silence on the bridge, as the pirates feared for the worst. Then a minute later, 3 of the 5 readouts for the landing party registered life signs as something burst out from the conflagrations that were ravaging the planet's surface. 3 vanguards and the Tekkapod are accounted for, Ezra said with a mixture of relief and concern. Only 3. Kuzum said with apprehension. Which ones? I count Ida, Jura and Barnett's vanguards. Ezra replied. If the Tekkapod is there, then that means that Slade survived, and Mia's. Kuzum began. Hold on. Dwaro interrupted as he received a new readout from Pegas. I'm picking up a new set of life signs from the Tekkapod. Slade isn't on Pegas. It's Mia. You mean Mia is on the Tekkapod? Magna became a bit confused at the news. If Mia is on the Tekkapod, then where's Slade? The answer to the captain's question was answered a moment later when another explosion rocked the planet's surface. This time, however, the explosion was bright, emerald white hue. A few moments later, the Tekkaman rocketed upward from the blast and joined the landing party as they headed toward the Nirvana. Ezra breathed out a sigh of relief and smiled. All Vanguard pilots and Slade are safe and accounted for. The rest of the bridge personnel let off collective sigh as well. It was then that one of the crew members announced that she had received some data from the investigation. Read it. Kuzum ordered. The girl became a little tense, but nodded. Attention! This year's harvest includes red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, lymph products, etc. All blood products are in good condition. That's where the data ends. The pirate captain and her first officer became uneasy at this news. It was apparent that the enemy wanted nothing more than to harvest the crew like vegetables. Whatever motives the aliens had, it was for certain that they were quite formidable. In the hangar bay, the vanguards were being put away, but Parfat had decided that they would have to be maintained from now on, in case they would be needed again. With the aliens now stepping up in their attacks and such, it was a very real possibility. Ida and the other pilots sat off to one side. Mia watched with a bit of anger at Slade, as he worked on Pegas. Being saved by someone is bad enough, but being rescued by a man is a disgrace. And of all the men in the universe, it had to be him. On the boarding ramp, Slade was quite aware that Mia harbored some resentment toward him, but decided to let it go. He only did what he had to do to save everyone, and that was it. Click, click, click. I check. Puro floated up behind Piley and remarked, I guess I'll never understand humans. What would be the point when you do? Piley asked. What's the point of what you're doing right now? What a mean robot. Shut up. Later. You wanted to see me, Captain? Mia asked as she came into the conference room. She saw that Kuzum and Dwaro were also present. Yes, Mia. There's something that I'd like to discuss with you. Please sit down. The strong-willed girl became a bit tense as she suspected the reason why she had been summoned. Captain, if it's about the mission, that's exactly why I called for you. Magno said, then took a deep breath. This will be difficult for me to say, but I won't beat around the bush. As captain of this ship, my first priority is to the safety and well-being of this crew. As such, I am expected to make some hard decisions. She then turned to Dwaro. Doctor, What was your final analysis concerning this matter? The Nirvana's healer nodded as he addressed Mia. I'm sorry to say this, but as the ship's head physician, I have to declare you as psychologically unfit to take part in any further Vanguard missions. It is my sad duty to permanently ground you from the Van types. What? Mia shot up and slammed both hands on the conference table. She gave him a glare. You can't say that. I lead all combat missions for this ship. Who are you to say what I can or can't do? He happens to be our ship's doctor. Magno said sternly and motioned for the girl to sit, which Mia did reluctantly. Captain, you can't be serious about this. He doesn't have any authority on this ship and he's just a man. On the contrary, Mia, I totally agree with him, the aged woman said. And as I recall, I did make him, Bard and Slade members of this crew for the duration of this voyage. His analysis of your behavior during that last mission coincides with something that I've suspected of you for some time. What are you talking about? I was just suffering from fatigue, that's all. Guero shook his head. You showed signs of agitation, nervousness, increased heart rate, hyperventilation, and higher blood pressure. You became indecisive and distraught. At one point during the mission, your entire body locked up. Those symptoms only occurred when you got into the cockpit of a Vanguard. I also saw those readouts when you rode Pegasus. You showed all the classic signs of claustrophobia. One, it seems that you cannot stand confined spaces and you panicked inside the Vanguard's cockpit. Ridiculous. Mia denied. I'm not going to just sit here and listen to this nonsense. I pilot a dread better than anyone else, so what makes you think that I would have trouble with a Vanguard? Unlike a Van type, a dread's cockpit is more open and spacious, so it's not surprising that you would feel more comfortable in a dread. He's right. Magno said quietly. What? You're actually siding with this man. It's not a question of whether the doctor is a man or a woman, Mia. Tuzon stated firmly. The fact is that he has far more medical training than anyone else on board this ship, and he had raised a valid point, in which the safety of fellow crew members was affected. Your fear of closed spaces had endangered the others. In fact, Slade had to rescue you. Mia became silent at this statement and angrily remembered how that male had saved her and gotten the others to safety. She had been upstaged again by the Tekkaman, and now this male doctor was telling her that she was unfit for combat. Why couldn't those men just go away? Things had been fine until they came on board. Magno noted the young girl's reaction. Mia, do not think that we are turning against you. Far from it. We are only thinking about your safety, as well as the rest of the crew. You are an outstanding dread pilot and commander. No one on this ship would dispute that. Therefore, you shall remain as the leader of the dread squadrons. However, both Guzum and I agreed that we couldn't risk losing you if we were to send you out in a Vanguard again. Do you understand? Mia remained silent for a long time while considering her captain's words. Finally, with a sigh, she reluctantly nodded. I can see how I'm not going to win this argument. Very well then. So we just won't use the vanguards anymore. This was just the only time. Kuzon shook her head. I'm sorry to say this, Mia, but the captain and I also agreed to keep the vanguards as an alternative. We don't know what we'll encounter on our way back to Megele, and there may be situations in which the vanguards will be needed. Therefore, we have decided to appoint a vanguard squadron leader for any future missions. I see. Mia didn't like the idea of not being able to lead all combat missions. She understood that it was for the good of the crew. So, will Barren be taking over, or will it be Jura? Both captain and first officer glanced at each other with a slight bit of uneasiness. Then Magno spoke. Barren did show considerable potential as a vanguard pilot, and Jura seemed to handle one well enough. However, we had already decided on the best candidate for the position. He showed exceptional leadership and control in a very tense situation. Then who is? Mia's eyes widened as she realized something. Wait a second. Did you say he? You don't mean that you're going to put him in charge of the Vanguard Squadron, are you? Slade's quarters. Now let me get this straight. You want me to be the new Vanguard leader and take charge of all future Van-type fighter missions? Slade was in a state of shock. The women were asking him to lead them into battle. That's about the long and short of it. Magno replied. No offense, old woman. But are you finally becoming senile? I don't know anything about leading a group. You didn't have any problems with leading the landing party on that planet. I only took charge because I had to, not because I wanted to. Why don't you have Mia or Barren be the new Vanguard leader? Magno shook her head. I'm afraid that this is one type of combat mission that Mia is totally unsuited for. As for Barren, she can pilot a Vanguard, but she doesn't have the kind of experience that you have. What do you mean? You've shown that you're very experienced with hand-to-hand fighting and close-quarters combat. That is the specialty of the Vanguards, not the Dreads. Furthermore, your powers as a Tekkaman can only enhance the effectiveness of those machines, just as you had demonstrated today. You've shown compassion for a comrade, regardless of gender. I can't think of a better woman, person for the job. Slade snorted a bit in disdain, then said, even if I did take the position, what makes you think that any of your crew would even listen to my orders, let alone follow them? They will. They're a good crew and will do what is necessary to get the job done. I know them enough. So what is your answer? Slade paused for a while before answering. I'll think about it. The Tekkaman decided to ponder his decision in the hangar. When he arrived, he saw that the place was deserted, save for a certain someone that was sitting in her Dread's open cockpit. Without anything better to do, he walked up to it. He didn't bother to try and mask the sound of his approach, though if he wanted to, He could sneak up behind the girl without a sound. Mia perked up from her brooding when she heard the footsteps of someone approaching. She looked down from her seat and frowned when she saw who it was. "What are you doing here?" she asked irritably. Slade shrugged as he stopped before the dread and looked up. "Same reason why you're here, I guess, to think about a few things." "Yeah, right. You're just here to gloat, aren't you?" Mia shot back. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I certainly don't have anything to gloat about." "Stop lying. You probably jumped for joy when you heard that I got kicked off the Vanguard squadron. By now, the captain has probably given command of all the Vanguard missions to you, right? Well, she has offered me the position of Vanguard leader, but I haven't accepted it yet." "What?" Slade took a deep breath before continuing. "I really don't want the job, but it seems that Captain and the higher UPS want me to take it. I'm not much when it comes to teams, but for the time being, it looks like I have to work with everyone, and that includes you. I want nothing to do with you. I don't need anyone's help, and I especially don't need help from a man." "Gee, that's too bad," Slade said nonchalantly. "And here I thought we made an okay team so far." "What are you talking about?" "Well, we did a pretty good job against that space urchin as Tekkadread Mia, remember? Neither of us could have defeated that thing alone. And even though you did screw up today, do you hear me laughing or gloating about it? Nope. All I did was save a comrade. I'm sure that you would have done the same thing if the roles had been reversed, right?" What? Mia couldn't believe her ears. Slade was actually being humble. He wasn't showing any arrogance or cockiness. "I've always been relying on myself. I never asked for anyone's help. I was proud of what I had accomplished and being independent. In a way, I guess that makes me like you, right?" The Dread leader became shocked to hear this. And what even more shocking was the fact that Slade raised a good point. In this light, they were similar. They were both strong-willed and fiercely independent. They did what was necessary to get the job done, and neither one was willing to back down from any challenge. The Tekkaman was about to say something else, when a certain voice called out, "Oh, Mr. Alien. Nuts. I gotta go." Slade immediately ran off to leave Mia alone with her thoughts. And she had a lot of thinking to do. To be continued. Author's notes: as you can see, the changes in this story in comparison to episode 5 of Vandread is significant, as I wanted some more character interaction. I liked Mia, Jura and Dinah, and I wanted Slade to have more scenes between these three as the series progresses. As to who gets him in the end, well, that remains to be seen. In Chapter 6, we'll see more about Mia's past and how Ranma/Slade deals with his new responsibilities. If you've seen episode 5 and 6 of Vandread, then one could understand how I came to the conclusion that Mia is claustrophobic. I saw a scene in which Mia was a young girl and was shoved into an extremely crowded space capsule. That was the last time she saw her mother Fama, and I could imagine the stifling crowds and feeling of helplessness would cause a lot of childhood trauma. Did anyone notice that she had a spacious cockpit in her dread and a big space window in her room? That would further indicate that she doesn't like closed areas. This would explain why she did so poorly as a Vanguard pilot. Chapter 7 Chapter 6 The Gauntlet Tekkadread Disclaimer Help! I've started writing and I can't stop. Thoughts Chapter 6 The Gauntlet on board the Nirvana and out in space. The female pirates and their male crew members were fighting hard for their survival. Ever since that first Vanguard mission, the men and women had been fending off their alien enemies almost non-stop as they continued on their journey back to Megele and Tarak. Today was an especially intense battle as the Nirvana was in the midst of an asteroid belt near a planet that was the size of Jupiter. The enemy had been lying in wait amid the field of ice chunks and space debris. No sooner had the Nirvana crossed into the zone, than the aliens ambushed it with dozens of squadrons of cube types, several cruisers and carriers, plus a kind of new fighter that was extremely fast and maneuverable, putting the sleek dread fighters to shame. Mia gritted her teeth as she tried to take out the new ship, but the damned thing moved too fast for her to get a lock on it. The dreads were having difficulty navigating around the asteroids. She looked off to one side and scowled as she saw the newly formed Vanguard squadron pass by the large chunks of ice and rock with ease. Being smaller meant that the mecha could go places where the dreads could not. This enabled them to get into position to attack, despite the confined areas. At present, Slade's squadron, now known as Warrior Squadron, was using the asteroids for cover and bushwhacking the aliens. They were making an impressive number of kills among the cube types and smaller fighters. However, the machines lacked the overall speed and firepower to make any significant headway with the larger and faster opponents. At the head of the squadron was their commander, as he directed his forces in a flanking action. After days of cajoling and pestering, the Tekkaman had finally agreed to take command of the van types and help train new pilots. With the help of Gascogni and Duzum, he had selected a number of recruits from the Register and the Dread crews, and put them through the equivalent of boot camp. Since martial arts was the Tekkaman's specialty, he used them extensively in the training sessions, which sharpened reflexes and made piloting the vanguards much more effective. For weeks, he drilled them in the principles of physical combat and how to apply those rules to the vanguards. More often than not, the trainees would be bruised, battered and totally exhausted after Slade put them through their paces. As for Slade himself, he had taken a course in basic space warfare tactics. With his background in the fighting arts, he was able to select the best strategies that suited the bangatas under his command. Initially, those who had been selected for vanguard duty resented the idea of following a man's orders, but under the insistence of the captain and her senior staff, the females grudgingly underwent the training. They had to admit that the former Sodom was no easy taskmaster, and he had no compunctions with flooring a trainee who got too far out of line. One particular female named Jusenkyo had received a lot of bruises from her new commander. Like Yukio, Jusenkyo was a direct descendant of the original girl who had been the fiancée of Ranma centuries ago. Unlike the first Jusenkyo, she had scarlet hair. She had always been proud of her Amazon roots, and had been touted as the best hand-to-hand fighter on board the ship. However, it all changed when she had been selected for Vanguard pilot and put under Slade's command. At first, she scoffed at the idea of taking orders from a mere male. She even went so far in challenging him to a one-on-one battle. She had said that if he could defeat her in combat, then she would follow his orders to the letter. If she won, then she would be the new Vanguard leader. Slade had no problems with accepting her challenge. Flashback. Welcome on. You are the one who challenged, Slade said as he stood with arms crossed, in the Vanguard hangar and training section. The other trainees watched on the sidelines as the Tekkaman and martial artist faced off against one of the best female fighters on the Nirvana. On the other side, Jusenkyo glared at the arrogant male. She one of the proud descendants of the mighty Chinese Amazons, and she would not be defeated by a mere man. She had heard of how Slade had tossed the formidable Mega's, but she was confident that she would win. Mia was a good and respected fighter, but Jusenkyo prided herself on being the best hand-to-hand combatant. Furthermore, Slade was not allowed to transform during this match. She would show this male his place. Remember, when I beat you, then you will go back to the register and I will lead the vanguards. Slade nodded. Agreed. If you can beat me. When I win, you will follow my orders to the letter. Ha! This won't take long. H-I-Y-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. End of flashback. True to her words, the match had been a short-lived one. However, Jusenkyo had found herself kissing the floor of the hangar. Her skills were considered impressive by even Slade's standards, but she had proven to be no match against the anything goes and the various other styles that the Tekkaman had mastered during his planet-hopping trips. Jusenkyo now knew what a basketball felt like after being slapped, tossed and slam-dunked around the hangar. Luckily for Slade, the laws of the Amazons were long since faded over time, and Jusenkyo wasn't aware of the kill the girls and marry the men rule. After being raised on Megele, she had thought like the majority of the population that men were totally useless and to be hated. In any case, the female was held to her word and underwent the training like everyone else. However, being impressed by her skills, Slade had decided to make her second in command of the vanguards, which lessened the hostility between them. Present time, in space. The past events infuriated Mia every time she thought about them, and when she got angry, she got careless. As she continued to pursue her foe among the asteroids, she neglected to check her raft scanners as 3 cube types came up from behind. They were in perfect position to destroy her, but they didn't know that someone was watching Mia's back. Before they could open fire, a pair of Vandreads and a Tekkaman sliced them apart. "Mia!" Slade called out as he watched her dread continue to pursue the enemy fighter. "That's things too fast. I'm coming over to combine." The serious nature of the battle overrode personal pride, and Slade knew that the enemy fighter wouldn't be able to outrun Tekkadread Mia. "This is my fight," the stubborn, strong-willed girl shouted back. "I don't need you." She brought her fighter about to try and catch up to her nimble adversary. However, just as she banked to avoid being hit by a huge chunk of rock, she gasped as her opponent suddenly reversed its heading and opened fire. Her dread took a bad hit on its fuselage, near the cockpit. Slade instantly shot toward the dread, leaving his two vanguards to chase off the enemy fighter before it could fire at Mia again. The dread listed in space while trailing plasma and debris. As the Tekkaman came close to the damaged fighter, his heart stopped for a moment. Inside the cockpit, Mia was slumped over her console and blood pooled from a head wound. Surface wound on the head and ruptured spleen. She also has a visually fractured femur. Poirot said as he assessed Mia's injuries. Slade and Ida were running beside the physician as he guided the gurney toward the sick bay. After towing her damaged dread back to the Nirvana, Slade had left Jusenkyo in charge of the Vanguard squadron while he and the red-haired pilot rushed the dread leader to the emergency room. Juro was now in command of the dread teams in Mia's absence. "Clear the emergency room," the doctor shouted as they burst into the sick bay and slid Mia's gurney under an examination scanner. Immediately, the only doctor on board the Nirvana went to work. He stripped off the top of Mia's flight suit without hesitation and did not take notice of her breasts. He had been reading up on female anatomy ever since taking the position of the Nirvana's surgeon. What was important now was to stabilize Mia's vital functions. Pilot immediately came to Mia's side with a syringe as Poirot instructed her to administer the sedatives. During the administrations, Mia's headpiece fell off and made a clinking noise on the floor as pieces of crystal went scattering. As the sedatives began to take effect, Mia's consciousness began slipping away. Before darkness overcame her, she uttered one word: "Mother." Out in space, things were not going well. A team, switch to Alpha formation, and B team. Let's see. Jura became indecisive as she tried to direct the dreads the way she thought Mia would have done. She had very few opportunities to lead as Mia had usually taken command of all dread formations. Unfortunately, the dread teams became more disorganized as the enemy continued to press the attack. Several of the female pilots were put out of commission as the aliens cut through their ranks and started attacking the Nirvana itself. The ship shuddered, as enemy fire rained down on its defensive barrier. On the bridge, Magno and Tuzo knew that the situation was going to get worse, especially after hearing that the leader of the Dreads had become incapacitated. The enemy was now using decoys to further confuse the fighters, and more reports and cries for help came pouring out. The communications was near to overloading and there seemed to be no hope of getting out of this trap. 3 more dreads have been rendered inoperative. I can't find anyone out here. Who's in charge of the D team? I can't receive Miss Casco's order. Help. I'm hit. Jura. The formation you ordered is a total mess. I know that. I know that. Down in the register, Gascogni's crew was also having difficulties. With the flood of repair and ammunition orders that were being sent, the staff found themselves overwhelmed. Panic began to ensue, but the head supplier kept a cool head and called for their attention. Easy girls. Panicking isn't going to help us win this one. Well, let's hear it. The staff gave a simultaneous wave and replied, "Smile. Smile. Carry on." Ironically, the only group that was still organized was the Vandread squadron. Slade had trained the pilots with the discipline of martial arts, which enabled them to keep calm and collected during this frenzy of laser fire and cannon blasts. The hardships they had endured under the Tekkaman's training regimen now bore fruit. They were doing a good job of keeping the cube types away from the Nirvana. However, they were still outnumbered and couldn't be everywhere at once. Despite their most valiant efforts to support the Dreads, more fighters fell to the alien onslaught. A flash of green was seen as Slade rejoined the battle, this time riding the Tekkapod. The Tekkaman had considered using his Voltiker, but with too many allies in close proximity, he couldn't risk it. As a result, he was forced to take out his enemies one by one. As he flashed by and took out 3 more cube types, he looked overhead and saw the same enemy fighter that had taken out Mia before. The thing was fast, even faster than he was. It seemed to function as the head of the assault force. Destroying it may be the key to winning the battle. Since combining with Mia's dread was out of the question, he decided on the next option. Spotting Dinah's dread, he headed toward it while leaving instructions for his vanguards to give him some covering fire. "It's time to combine." Dinah perked up in surprise. This was the first time Mr. Alien was willing to combine with anyone, especially her. Sure. In just a few seconds, the Tekkaman jumped off Pegasus and was swallowed up inside Dinah's fighter. A bright flash of light later, and Tekkadread Dinah was now joining the battle. It easily swatted aside a few cube types as it homed in on its target. Though it wasn't fast as Tekkadread Mia, it had the advantage of long-range firepower. Inside the cockpit of the merged machine, Slade nodded as he and Dinah closed in on the alien machine. Once they were in range, he engaged the shouldered cannons, took aim and ducked. That is to say, the entire Tekkadread ducked, narrowly avoiding a collision with a huge asteroid. The enemy fighter zipped around the asteroid and was instantly out of range. Damn! We can't keep up with that thing. At that moment, Jura's dread came alongside them. Nice going. Is that all a smart elect male can do? Slade's temper was already at a high point and he instantly shot back with his own barb. Give me orders when you know what you're doing. Shut up. I don't need a man to tell me what to do. Slade was about to let off another insult, but then calmed down. Fighting among his allies was not helping the situation. He wondered just why it seemed so instinctive for him to give insults. Forget it. It's not worth it. With that, he directed the Tekkadread to bank away and support his vanguard troops. While listening in on the communications on the confusion and arguments between the pilots and crew, Tuzon shook her head in frustration. It seems that we've depended on Mia too much. We've neglected to train a sub-commander in the event that she is incapacitated. Magno sighed. That's because she wouldn't let us. She's always been like that, from the day she first joined up. In the sick bay, Twirl and Piley were desperately trying to stabilize Mia's condition. Piley, adjust the oxygen saturation levels. We've got to keep Mia from going into shock. As the apprentice nurse followed the doctor's orders, she noticed a glint near May's left eye. She gasped as she saw a trickle of moisture run down the dread leader's cheek. This is the first time I've seen Mia cry. Inside her mind, Mia's memories of her childhood came bubbling up to the surface. She saw Ranma and Genma fuss over a little, blue-haired girl as she came home from school. Mia's parents had been scientists that were involved in a research facility that had promised biological advancements which would improve living conditions to the Megele's populace. The scenes then flashed forward to a Christmas Eve in which she had received the pixie's crystal headpiece that she now wore. Her mother Fema smiled as she commented that it was a wonderful gift that Mia's Oma had given to her. More images flashed by as happier times were brought up. Then one scene in particular appeared. It was a memory that would haunt Mia for the rest of her days, and it was the main reason why the normally tough dread leader was fearful of closed places. She saw herself being packed into a space capsule with dozens of other children as explosions and chaos ran amok. She reached out toward the hatch at her Oma, but the gentle-looking woman smiled sadly and shook her head, saying that this was for the best. Then the door slammed shut and Mia saw only darkness. The battle raged on outside of the Nirvana, as the main dread fighter groups had been pulled back for repairs and rearmament. The secondary groups were flying to maintain the defensive lines and were being supported by the vanguards, until Jura and the more seasoned pilots were ready to go out again. However, the blonde pilot was in no condition, physically or mentally, to go out and lead the fighters. After that disaster with the formations, she had retreated into her own cell and was presently sitting and sobbing in a corner of the register. Her face was against her knees as her long hair hid her expression. I can't do this. I can't. Replace Mia. No one expects you to. Juro looked up to see the head supplier standing over her. Vascogni nodded as she explained. No one here is blaming you for what's been happening. We're all feeling the pressure, but crying about it isn't going to help. No one here expects you to be like Mia. She's right. The two women turned to see Slade's image appear on a nearby monitor. Currently, Tekkadread data was underneath the Nirvana and was being recharged. I wanted to apologize for that last outburst. Slade explained. I guess we were all feeling the strain and I'd rather be fighting the enemy than my own side. Gascogni nodded as she looked back down at Jura. We're all in this together, Jura, and you should learn not to take all the workload on your own. Being a leader means that you have to depend on your team, as well as yourself. And when you lead, then lead the way you would do it, not the way that you think that someone else would. Slade nodded in agreement. And when you're in command, then just command. Look at me. I never wanted to be Vanguard leader, but since I have to take the job, then I don't gripe about it. I just do it. I do what I believe needs to be done and the rest will fall into place. That's all you need to ask for. With those words, the monitor went dark. The head supplier smiled a bit. You know, for a man, he does give some good advice. The doctor had become worried. Even though the surface wounds had been taken care of and the vital signs had been stabilized, there was still a problem. A fragment of Pixie's crystal had become lodged in Mia's cerebral cortex and Duro was concerned that it may cause psychological trauma to his patient. Inside Mia's head, the dread pilot was now visualizing her life after being packed into that escape capsule. The scandal that had caused the ruin of her parents' company also made her an outcast. She saw herself growing up on the streets, fighting for survival and acceptance. She could hear the whispers of people passing by, stating that she was no better than scum now. They mocked and teased at her. She had been a famous person once, the daughter of two very well-respected scientists. It wasn't long before she had fallen into a bout of depression and despair. Soon, her only goal in life was to end it. That was when she had encountered the pirate captain. Damn. This is really pissing me off. Slade growled as he and Dinah sat inside of the Tekkadread. I wonder if Mia is going to die. Dinah found herself holding back her tears. However, her partner was not in the mood to see her cry. Don't worry about it. She'll be fine. You think so? Slade cocked his head in thought as he remembered back to his travels between planets. I've learned a few things during my travels. You can complain and whine about anything, but when it's all said and done, you've got to ask yourself this. Are you the person that you were and have you become the person that you wanted to be? Huh? I know it's hard, but let the doc handle the job of taking care of your leader. Our job is to protect the ship and the sick day that's she's in, right? Dinah sniffled a bit, then smiled. You're right. Thank you, Mr. Alien. Will you stop calling me that? Slade asked in annoyance. It was then that they both received a message from Jura. Attention all pilots. Begin changing the frequencies of your barriers and beams. We should be able to avoid being damaged by friendly fire. It was then that Slade became inspired. On the bridge, Magno received more bad news. The port arm of the ship had been hit, causing the Nirvana to begin tilting. The defensive barrier was now down to its third level. Once that was gone, then the pirate vessel would be totally defenseless. The enemy was now regrouping for one final assault. At that point, she received a communique from Slade. "Captain, there's no need to worry about all this. I've got a plan that I'd like to try." Magna perked up at this announcement. "Are you thinking of a suicide mission?" "No, but this plan is almost as crazy as a kamikaze. In any case, dying isn't on my agenda today. I still haven't tried everything in the galley's menu yet. If this plan turns out well, you can eat yourself to death. Works for me. However, there is one catch, which is, I'm going to have to take command of the Dreads as well as the Vandreads. Just this once. I thought you didn't like being in command." "I don't, but I have to." Tuero found himself out of alternatives. He couldn't risk brain surgery on me at present, so he had called on Parfat to rig an ultrasonic psychostimulator. In theory, the machine would cause the pixie's fragment to disintegrate, thereby bring Mia back from her near comatose state. However, if it did not work, then she would never be the same again. In space, in front of the Nirvana. "All right everyone, get into formation. I'm getting hungry and there's an all-you-can-eat buffet with my name on it. Let's get this over with in one shot." All of the Dread teams became lined up behind Tekkadread as the enemy began forming up for the final confrontation. The vanguards also moved into strategic positions. Each mecha carried a kind of reflective panel. "All teams report in," Slade called out. There was a long silence as no one answered the Tekkaman. Then, in very restrained voices, the squadron leaders replied. "A team ready. B team ready. C team ready. D team ready. Warrior squadron ready." Slade nodded. It was obvious that the Dread pilots liked taking his orders even less than the vanguards, but now was not the time to argue. As the enemy's ships closed in on the Nirvana's position, he began counting down. 10. A barrage of beams and cannon fire pounded on the barrier of the Nirvana, causing it to flicker and buckle under the strain. 9. 8. 7. The barrier gave way, leaving the ship open to attack. Inside of his navigation well, Bart cried out in pain as the Nirvana took several direct hits. 6. 5. 4. The enemy vessels closed in and were now committed to the attack. 3. 2. 1. Let's go. The Dreads and Vanguards charged forward as Tekkadread led the counterattack. In the sick bay, Mia screamed out as the stimulator was activated. Her body thrashed about in violent convulsions, making everyone present very tense. After a minute of the treatment, her form stiffened up, then collapsed back onto the table. The monitors that were displaying her vital signs flatlined. "MIA. Parfat screamed. "I can't take this." Dinah cried out as the Tekkadread was ruthlessly pounded on all sides by enemy fire. Slade, however, kept calm and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He smiled as he continued to watch the monitors. The Dreads and Vanguards were reaching their designated coordinates right about now. Here we go. The Tekkaman suddenly flared with light as he fed his aura and power into the Tekkadread systems. The shouldered cannons detached from the mountings and fused to the arm blades, forming a sword on each arm. The blades glowed with power as Slade prepared to fire. Blade. Goldkk. The Tekkadread thrust out its arms and let loose with multiple blasts of quantum energy which shot out toward the Dreads and Vandreads. Each shot reflected off the shields of his allies and lanced toward the enemy in all directions. The results were devastating for the opposing side. Cruisers and cube types were blown away, along with asteroids and any other obstacles. Even the new, ultra-fast enemy fighter was blown to pieces as it couldn't dodge shots being fired in all directions. There was one massive explosion as the main body of the enemy force was annihilated. That's totally insane, Kuzum declared. He used our shields to reflect his shots. Magnos shrugged. It may have been insane, but it worked anyway. Tell the galley to get ready for an extra hungry customer. Mia felt as if she could now let go. It was so peaceful, so quiet. She felt no pain, no worries, nothing at all. She found herself standing on a grass field under a clear blue sky. She could finally rest in peace. However, just before she let herself fall into oblivion, she heard a voice. It was a gentle voice which she instantly recognized. My little one, do not give up. You are far stronger than I, and you have your whole life ahead of you. Mother, though you may not know it, you have many friends who care about you. It would make them very sad if you were to leave them now. Mia then began seeing images of her comrades on the Nirvana. People such as Magno, Gascogni, Perfect and Piley flashed by. Then they were followed by the males of the crew. She saw Dwero as he tried to give her advice about operating a Vanguard, advice which she had ignored and almost nearly cost her life. Then she saw Bart with his idiotic expressions and whining attitude. Finally, she saw Slade. She saw him when he was cocky and arrogant, though he had the skills and power to back up that attitude. However, she also saw him when he was introspective and moody. Finally she saw him as a Tekkaman. She began feeling herself being pulled into directions. On one side was the specter of death, who promised eternal rest and freedom from pain, yet she would spend it in darkness. On the other side was the angel of life, who promised a life of trials and more pain, yet it would be spent in blinding light. Mia would have to spend her remaining energy on a choice. Life and more conflict, or death and endless shadow. With a deep mental breath, she chose. It's so bright. Mia mumbled as she opened her eyes and looked at the overhead operating light. Standing above her and sobbing were Piley and Perfect. You came back to us, the engineer exclaimed happily. We brought you back, Piley said. Stop it, okay? Mia reached up to feel her face, and instantly realized that her headpiece was gone. Don't worry. It's right here, the doctor said as he held up Mia's most prized possession. This is very important to you, isn't it? Mia shook her head. No. In reality, it's a lesson. Mia couldn't sleep. After spending a few hours, sitting in her room and staring out the large picture window at the stars outside, she decided that she needed some air. After putting on her usual attire, she decided to visit the ship's mess hall. The other pilots had been celebrating their latest victory over the aliens and were now sleeping off the effects of overindulgence. Plates were piled high on all the tables. Empty bottles were strewn all over the place. Crew members were either slumbering on the floor or in their chairs. Though the Dread leader didn't approve of this lack of discipline, she didn't fault them for it. They had earned this. They had defeated the enemy. Without her. She then walked over to a table where the plates were piled the highest and saw Dinah sleeping. Mia assumed that was the table in which Slade had eaten. However, she did not find the Tekkaman slumbering after pigging out. She looked down at the empty chair and became lost in thought for a while, until she heard footsteps behind her. They all did their best today. Captain. The Dread leader turned to face the Nirvana's commander. The old woman gestured with her walking stick at the empty chair. He ate enough to feed the entire crew for a week. However, he earned it. I see. Mia had been told that the counterattack against the enemy had been Slade's idea. It's certainly ironic, isn't it? What is? Slade is a lot like you, don't you think? The only real difference between you two is that he doesn't keep all of his feelings bottled up. I didn't think he would win everyone's hearts, or at least their respect so quickly, and right under our noses at that. When Mia did not respond to that remark, the ancient woman added, Mia, I know that these past weeks have been hard on you, but don't you think that you should open up a little more? Perhaps it may be time to find forgiveness for yourself. Mia gazed out at the stars through another observation port and considered her leader's words. Mia found Slade working out in the ship's recreation and exercise room. He was bare-chested and going through the motions of a very complex kata. The girl did not recognize the style he was using, and it made even Shantu's movements seem clumsy and energy wasteful. For a long while, she simply watched him as he moved with all the grace of a predatory cat, yet his form hinted at awesome power that was just waiting to be released. After a few more minutes, Slade stopped in a neutral stance and took several deep breaths before turning to her. He gave her a small smile as he greeted her. So did you enjoy the show? It was interesting. Mia aloud. So how are you? I'm fine. Good. Slade said as he went into another ready stance in preparation for another series of katas. Taking command of the Dreads is not something that I want to do on a regular basis. I have enough problems with the Vanguards. It was then that Mia released her bombshell. You were right. Slade suddenly stopped and turned to her in puzzlement. Excuse me. Mia swallowed a bit. You were right. I should have combined with you. That fighter was just too fast for my Dread. I was just too stubborn to admit it. Am I hearing things? Is the tough dread leader actually admitting that she was wrong? Mia gave Slade a bit of scowl, in which Slade responded by holding up a hand. No insult intended. I'm just surprised that you are actually saying that you needed help. I kind of pegged you as the totally independent type, who doesn't accept help from anyone. It's just surprising, that's all. It shows that there's really a human being underneath that shell. Slade went back to his training, leaving Mia to watch and consider his words. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of Chapter 6. There's not much difference between this chapter and the episode in Vandread, but I felt that it didn't need to be changed much. As for the next chapter, I will now be focusing on the relationship between Slade and Dinah. I like Dinah, Mia and Jura, and I intend to give them all a chance at Slade as well some other girls. Chapter 8 Chapter 7 Don't Call Me Mr. Alien DKK Disclaimer, Ranma, Tekkaman and Vandread belong to their own creators, so please don't keep bugging me about it. Thoughts. Chapter 7 Don't Call Me Mr. Alien. 2 weeks after the battle in the asteroid field, Dinah smiled as she put the finishing touches on the gift she was planning for her Mr. Alien. It was a pink pillow with the picture of a cute extraterrestrial with tentacles. As she sewed on the patch, her friend Piley watched with a bit of puzzlement. Are you going to give that to some guy? The 11-year-old asked. Dinah blushed a bit as she thought about Slade. If it's not for anyone, then you can give it to me. Piley piped up. Dinah shook her head while gleefully holding her gift to her chest. No way. I'm making this for Mr. Alien. Piley frowned as she held up her frog puppet. Barf. Curl. A few minutes later, the happy-go-lucky girl went over to where she thought Slade would be. Her gift was clutched to her chest. She was certain that the Tekkaman would like it. However, when she came to the hangar where Pegasus and the transformed dreads were, she saw no trace of the object of her affection. The cockpit to the Tekkapod was open, but Slade didn't seem to be anywhere. Pegasus, have you seen Mr. Alien? The dread pilot asked. The Tekkapod slowly shook its head. That's strange. I was sure that was in here. The red-haired pilot went off after taking a peek inside the cockpit. A minute later, the Tekkapod looked down at its chest and said, "All clear." Slade grumbled a bit as he dropped down from the space just under the canopy. If Dinah had looked up, she would have spotted him. As he dusted himself off, he addressed his partner. "Thanks. I didn't know that you were programmed to lie, Pegasus." The mecha shook its head again. "I did not lie. I do not know of anyone named Mr. Alien, therefore I could not have seen him." "Oh. Well, that's what that girl calls me." Pegasus nodded as it filed the new information. Master Slade, also known as Mr. Alien. Slade could only sigh, then remembered that he had to do something today. On the bridge of the Nirvana, Puzum became a bit restless, as there had been no alien attacks for the past few days. The crew was trying their best not to fall asleep at their stations. This was especially more difficult for Ezra in her current state of pregnancy. When she was not constantly eating to satisfy her cravings, she would be nodding off. The first office sighed at the sheer boredom. It seems that when we're not under attack, things get rather dull around here. Perhaps we should have the crew go through a few practice drills or... I didn't know that you were into that military ballyhoo, Magno remarked. I'm only thinking about the safety and well-being of the crew, Captain. Our business is piracy, isn't it? Well, yes, but... The older woman waved off her second's response. The crew deserved a break from the constant battles. However, if Guzom was getting bored, if you feel bored, then you can always head down to Section E9. Section E9? Yes, I believe that Slade is down there now with the Warrior Squadron and a few new trainees. Section E9 WHOMP. The female trainee groaned as she lay flat on her back. I'm done. Slade nodded as he helped the girl back onto her feet. As she went back to where the new Vanguard candidates were sitting, the Tekkaman addressed them. Behind the first group were the more experienced pilots, including Jusenkyo. Now then, did everyone see what Menia's mistake was? She overextended herself and was too slow in recovering. One of the key points in martial arts is to never leave yourself open to attack. Just what does all of this martial arts training have to do with piloting a Vanguard? Another trainee asked. Slade explained. Martial arts training can be applied to many different areas, not just for hand-to-hand fighting. It helps with discipline and focus. Also, since the Vanguards had been made specifically for close quarters combat, as you learn the specifics with how to fight with your own body, you can apply those lessons to operating the mecha. Ask any of the more experienced pilots and they will tell you that piloting a van type is like moving one's own body. In fact, you can think of your machine as an extension of your body. The girls in the back all nodded, though some of them did so reluctantly. The Tekkaman continued to explain. Furthermore, martial arts is an excellent way to keep yourselves in good health. Your reflexes and awareness are sharpened, and those are two skills that are critical to being part of this unit. Sometimes, they're the only things that will keep you alive when you're in combat. However, don't think that you will always be with your mecha. There will be times in which you may have to defend yourself without any vanguard or weapon. With martial arts, you'll always have something to fall back on. The girls began murmuring among themselves as Slade walked over to where 3 volunteers were standing. All 3 were wearing their laser rings and had them set for heavy stun. At that point, Guzom walked in and stopped to watch Slade as he prepared his next demonstration. She looked over the group of raw recruits. Each one was dressed in white training uniforms. She then became surprised to see Mia sitting with the trainees. Apparently, the Tekkadread leader had decided to swallow her pride and attend the practice drills. Due to her claustrophobia, she was unable to pilot a Vanguard, but Slade had told the crew that his martial arts classes were open to everyone. Guzom also spotted Tuero. She reasoned that the good doctor was present in case anyone suffered injuries, but also noted that he too was dressed in a white GI. Now then, with the help of these three girls, I will demonstrate just how effective martial arts can be against multiple adversaries. Even without any weapons, a person with the proper training can overcome the odds. Slade paused to make a strip of cloth appear from within the sleeve of his GI. Even with one's eyes closed. With those words, he wrapped the cloth around his head, covering his eyes and effectively cutting off his vision. When he stood in the midst of the three volunteers, he motioned for them to attack. The girl behind him immediately held up her ring and pressed the firing stud. However, Slade sensed her attack and ducked under the beam. He pivoted on one foot and swung out with the other in a leg sweep. The female pirate went down as her cohorts tried to maneuver to get into better firing positions. As the first trainee landed on her rear, Slade immediately went into a tuck and roll, evading two more stun bolts, then came up in a handspring that caught his other two students flat-footed. A second girl found herself being thrown across the mat, colliding with the first girl, just as she was getting back up. The two went down in a tangle as the third girl tried to fire off another shot. However, the martial artist was just too fast as he suddenly came up from behind, and then grabbed both of her arms in a wrestling hold. The female winced as she felt some pressure being applied to her wrists, making her hands reflexively open. In an instant, her ring was removed and she found herself being shoved toward her comrades. All three girls found themselves sprawled on the floor, as Slade put on the ring and let loose with three rapid shots. The trainees stiffened as the beam struck dangerously close to where they were. They looked back up at their instructor as he removed his blindfold. I could have easily killed all three of you if this ring had not been set for stun. He then turned to his other students. I hope you've all learned something from this. The girls had to admit they were impressed. The female trainees followed Slade as he led them through a series of basic katas. Each girl mimicked the Tekkaman's movements with varying degrees of precision. Some were unsteady and out of rhythm, while others copied his actions perfectly. Everyone was breathing with a steady flow, taking measured intakes of air and exhaling just as carefully. Remember, breathing correctly is just as important as going through the motions. Slade instructed. Focus on each breath you take and let your movements be in harmony with Mr. Alien. Slade gritted his teeth when he heard that voice. The entire class turned to see Dinah standing at the entrance, holding up a pink pillow. A number of girls sported large sweat drops. Slade could only shake his head while pinching the bridge of his nose. It was going to be one of those days. Gascogny's register. Well now, what brings you here, D-boys? The head supplier asked as she saw Slade enter the room, dressed in his tuxedo. Slade could only shake his head and sigh tiredly. Guess. He had thought that he could work off some of his tension in the register. Ah. The muscular woman nodded in understanding. Dinah again? Slade nodded as he began accessing the computer console for any jobs that were pending. She came up to me with a pink pillow, right in the middle of a training session. You know how embarrassing it is to be called Mr. Alien when you're trying to teach a class? Gascoigne chuckled a bit. Well, no, but I'll admit that Dinah does need a bit of work with tact. A bit of work? Slade stressed. All right, a lot of work. The head supplier admitted. She just wants to show her appreciation for all that you've done for us. I wish she'd back off a bit on her enthusiasm. At the very least, I wish she'd call me by my real name, instead of Mr. Alien. The Tekkaman frowned as he read the computer readout. There isn't anything for me to do. Gascoigne shook her head. Sorry. All the staff is off duty and we're ahead of schedule, thanks to you. You happen to be one of my most efficient stage ends. Slade shook his head as he turned to leave. Gascoigne then called to him, as he was about to exit the register. Hold up. Since we've got some spare time, why not hang out with me? As Slade turned around, she held up a deck of cards. Slade blanched at the sight as a dim memory from his distant past came to the surface. It was not so much as a memory than a feeling as an uneasy shiver ran down his back. What's the matter? You don't know how to play cards? The muscular woman asked. She had never seen Slade look so tense before. No, it's not that. I'm just not very good with cards, Slade admitted as he saw an image in his mind of some person with a goofy-looking beard and was dressed like a playing card character. He shook his head to clear it and turned to leave. I really don't think I'd much of a challenge. Oh, come now. Just a few friendly hands, Gascoigne insisted. Slade sighed as he nodded and sat down at the table. The mess hall. He was so angry at me. I only wanted to give him a present, Dinah said sadly as she and Mia sat together. Well, you have to admit that it was the wrong time for you to come charging in. He was teaching a class. I only wanted to make Mr. Alien happy. Dinah pouted. Mia found herself at a bit of a loss. Though she was inexperienced with interpersonal matters, she didn't want to see Dinah looking so downcast. On the other hand, she sometimes felt a pang of jealousy whenever the bubbly dread pilot got close to Slade. She also didn't like the way Juro was always trying to convince the Tekkaman to combine with her. Mia paused in her thoughts, as she wondered just where that feeling of jealousy came from. Why should she feel jealous if any other girl on the Nirvana spent time with Slade? He was just a man after all. Dinah. I'm not too good at this kind of thing, but I really think that you shouldn't try to force your way into someone's heart. The red-haired pilot stiffened at those words. Could it be true? Was she trying to get into some place where she wasn't wanted? To pair. Full house. Donuts. Gascoigne nodded as she collected the cards and reshuffled them. You weren't kidding when you said you weren't very good at cards. That's the 10th hand you've lost in a row. Slade sighed while nodding. Yeah, well I don't why, but I just can't seem to get the hang of anything that has to do with cards. Well, it helps pass the time, Gascoigne said as she began dealing out a new hand. By the way, are you going to talk with Dinah? What for? Slade asked as he picked up his newest hand and looked over the cards. Well, she made a mistake, but I don't think you should stay mad at her for just that. She took the cards and called. Who says I'm mad? I'm not even thinking about her. 3 of a kind. If you say so. Straight flush. One more time. After losing 20 more hands to Gascogny, Slade had decided that he had enough and left the register. The head supplier was nosy and kept on asking him about his relationship with Dinah. Since when was it any of her business? It was at that point that he and the other Dread pilots were called in for a strategy meeting. As he walked into the room, he noted that Dinah was absent. However, Juro was giving him that hungry look that sent a slight shiver down Slade's spine. "Where's Dinah?" Mia asked. "How should I know?" Slade replied, showing indifference. It was at that point that the person in question entered the room and took a seat. She looked up and then averted her eyes when she gazed upon Slade. "You're late," Mia scolded. "I'm sorry." Dinah apologized as she looked down at her hands. Mia gave her subordinate a concerned look, then continued with the briefing. "We'll be practicing some new tactics, in which Slade and Dinah's Tekkadread." No. This caught everyone's attention as they turned to the young pilot. "Excuse me?" Mia asked in total puzzlement. "I'm not going to combine with Mr. Alien anymore. It seems that I'm always making Mr. Alien mad." Dinah turned to Jura. "You can combine with him if you want to." Jura had been caught totally off guard with this sudden reversal. Dinah had handed Slade to her on a silver platter. As for the Tekkaman in question, he found himself at a loss for words. He wasn't used to seeing Dinah so subdued. It seemed as if all her enthusiasm and vigor had been drained out of her. As for Jura, a grin began to form as she saw that an opportunity had presented itself. Beside her, Barnett sighed. "Will you just lay off?" Slade growled as he walked down to the recreation room. After the strategy meeting, he had hoped to work off his stress in the gym, but Jura had been harping him non-stop about the next time they went out into battle. "I just know that we're going to combine into something beautiful. Hey, just because that UFO girl doesn't want to do it anymore doesn't mean that I'm going to do it with you." Slade paused and winced as he thought about the unintentional meaning to his last statement. A brief random thought went through his mind, along with an image of Juro without her clothes, which he immediately discarded. Sometimes knowing the truth about men and women on a ship full of beautiful females made him very uncomfortable. "Hey! I'm not through with you yet," Jura called out as Slade increased his pace and quickly rounded a corner. The blonde pilot rounded the corner 2 seconds later and saw an empty hallway. Where did he go? The 20-year-old looked back and forth, but could see no sign of him. She then headed off in the direction of the gym, thinking that he would be there. She was determined to have that Tekkaman combine with her. Slade held his breath until Juro was out of sight, then let off a relieved sigh. It was a good thing that she hadn't thought about looking up, though he had no memory of how he had learned the technique. The cling to the ceiling and hope no one looks up maneuver had its uses. Once he was certain that the dread pilot wasn't coming back soon, he released his vice-like grip on the ceiling's overhead pipes and conduits, and dropped back down to the floor. He decided to delay his workout as he made a 180-degree turn and headed back to his quarters. Dinah held back her tears as she sat alone in the biopark, gazing at the pool of water. She had made her decision and resolved to stay away from Mr. Alien, no matter how much it hurt her heart to do so. She soon began throwing pebbles into the pond in frustration. Why? I only wanted to make him happy. No matter what I do, he never seems to like anything. What am I doing wrong? The young girl's thoughts went back to a time during her early childhood, when she had a pet blue jay. She had put it on it, and gave it the best care that she could, and yet the poor bird died shortly after she had gotten it. Am I caring too much? Will Mr. Alien be like that blue jay? Dinah stiffened at the image of Slade lying dead on the ground and a shiver ran through her very being. She could not bear the thought of him ending like that. Her heart would surely break if that were to happen. What can I do? What should I do? I thought I'd find you here. Dinah turned to see Ikazuchi standing behind her. Oh, Miss Casco. I told you before, it's Ikazuchi. The head supplier stressed as she sat down beside the young dread pilot. Sorry. Dinah apologized. So what are you doing here? Oh, I thought I'd check up on you. I'll bet you were thinking of D-boys. D-boys? Ikazuchi smirked. That's what I call Slade. The D is for dangerous. It's my way of getting back at him for calling me Gasco all the time. What is it with everyone today? Is it so much to ask for a little space to myself? Puro found itself on dangerous ground, as Slade looked ready to reduce the robot to scrap metal. It had simply asked if Slade felt lonely. It had come across the martial artist as he was brooding in his quarters. In his hands was Dinah's gift. I saw that you were feeling very sad. Puro said as it floated near the exit. What I feel is none of your business. Slade growled as he clenched the pillow in one hand. Puro knew that if it wanted to keep its inner mechanisms intact, now was a good time to leave. Meanwhile, what do you want from me? Bard asked as he spoke to Jura in her private quarters. I want you to help me. Jura replied seductively as she poured the helmsman a glass of wine. What kind of help? Like all men of Tarak, Bart was very suspicious of women and knew that they were sneaky and devious monsters. Well, I want to combine with Slade. So what's that got to do with me? Well, if you can help me, then I can help you. Jura purred as she began explaining. You know that I want to combine with Slade, but he doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Now if a certain someone were to convince him to combine with me, then I could help him get more respect aboard this ship. Really? Bart became very interested at this point. Currently, the respect that he commanded aboard the Nirvana was comparable to what one would give to pond scum. The biopark. I want to change so Mr. Alien would like me better. The head supplier shook her head. Why would you want to do that? You're fine the way you are. But Mr. Alien always seems to get mad or tries to avoid me. Well, just remember that every person is different and it takes a while for people to get to know each other. But I've seen Perfect and the doctor get along real well and that didn't take long. Dinah had seen Dwero and the engineer frequently get together to solve problems, both medically and mechanically. Well, some relationships take longer than others to grow. In any case, the best thing for you is to be yourself. I'm sure that it will all work out. Gascogny got up to leave and then gave Dinah some parting advice. I'm sure that D-boy will come around. It might help if you'd stop calling him Mr. Alien. He's a good sort, though he's one of the worst card players I've ever seen. Slade sighed as he continued to brood in his quarters. He began thinking back to how he had acted when Dinah had interrupted his training session. It had been a bad time to come barging in, but he shouldn't have been so rough on her. He had scolded and yelled at the pilot for always bothering him, and when Dinah had run off in tears, a part of his heart felt like breaking. Seeing tears on a girl always made him feel weak, though he didn't know why. He gazed back at Dinah's gift, which was now lying on his bed. The former Shoto made up his mind and went looking for her. Mr. Alien? Slade nodded as he approached her. Hi. Dinah began to tremble and the Tekkaman noted that she was slowly backing away from him. Hold on. I just want to talk, that's all. Slade held up a hand. Dinah stopped and gave him a puzzled look. This was the first time in which he wanted her to stay. She had also never seen him so humble. Slade swallowed hard. He had never been very good with talking to females, especially when it concerned sensitive matters. I want to say that I'm sorry for yelling at you before, and I'd like to say thanks for the pillow. Dinah took in these words, then smiled as she felt her heart rise above its sadness and feel lighter. She's really cute when she smiles. Slade mentally noted, then gestured for her to sit with him. The two talked quietly as they gazed through the observation window at the stars above. Dinah began asking Slade multitudes of questions about him and his travels. She became especially excited upon hearing that there were other human worlds as well as truly alien races. Wow! That is so neat. You've been to all these places? The Tekkaman nodded. That's right. There are other worlds that were colonized by humans, besides Tarak and Megele. Usually, I stayed on a planet for a few days, sometimes up to 2 weeks, then I would move on. What are those other worlds like? Well, there's one planet that was like the desert world we explored with the Vandreads, but it's set like the old west of Earth. There was a guy that was so dangerous that the inhabitants put $$60,000,000,000,000,000,000 reward on his head. If you ask me, Vash was more of a goofball. Wow! Tell me more. Well, I've also visited a place called Bob. Bob? It was also called New Earth, but the guy who created that planet called it Bob. He used some kind of device called the Titan to recreate another Earth. Amazing. Yeah, and then there was a planet called Tarak. It's sort of like Tarak, because there were only men. However, they don't consider females as monsters. In fact, they had machines called marionettes, which looked like women. That's great. Oh, I'd really like to see more aliens. Slade gave the girl a bit of a whimsical smile. You sure are crazy about it, aren't you? Well, I have met several non-human species, though some of them were totally frightened of me when I transformed into a Tekkaman. Why? They wouldn't say, but I kept on hearing the word Radam. I don't know exactly who or what this Radam is, but it sounded vaguely familiar, like I've heard of it before. As Dinah continued to listen to Slade's exploits, she began to feel more relaxed and her perky personality had returned. As she learned more about Mr. Alien, she began to feel something else stirring within her heart. It was a warm feeling and she felt as if she had a kind of spiritual connection to him. As they conversed, neither one of them noticed that they were slowly closer together. Dinah found herself gazing deeply at the gray-blue depths of Slade's eyes. As for Slade, he found the twinkle in her eyes to be quite kawaii. Then his gaze lowered and stopped at her lips. He could almost feel her warm breath as she exhaled as he. It was then that the alarm went off, causing the both of them to look out the observation window. Oh no! It's the really bad aliens! Slade sighed as he got up. Oh well, back to work. In less than a minute, the Dread squadrons were getting in formation to fight off the latest enemy attack. At the head of the formation, Mia noticed that a certain pilot was missing. Where's Jura? In her quarters, Jura and Bart were now abominably drunk. Hick. I'll be Hick, captain of the Nirvana, Bart declared, and I will Hick, tag the most beautiful form, Jura added. The both of them then let off peals of laughter at each other's statements. Bursting out of an airlock, Tekkaman Slade joined up with the Dread formations and was soon flying beside Dinah's craft. Ready to go? Slade asked. The girl nodded. I'm ready, Mr. Alien. I wish you'd stop calling me that. Dinah paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, D-boy. Slade winced, then said, on second thought, I think I liked Mr. Alien. With those words, the two merged into Tekkadread Dinah and charged the enemy. To be continued. Author's notes here. I admit that this chapter was a bit short, but at least I showed some interaction between Slade and Dinah. I'm not much with heartwarming chapters, but I needed to change up from the violence and craziness that I usually write. Next up, we shall meet up with a certain troublemaking trader, trader. 1. After reading the forums on Glenn Harry's page, I thought that crossovers with other series might be a good possibility. So far I've mentioned saber marionette, trigun and titanate. Any other suggestions? Chapter 9 Chapter 8 A Punk with a Punch TKK80 Disclaimer, don't blame me. I'm just the writer. Thoughts? Chapter 8 A Punk with a Punch. The pirate vessel floated near an ancient space station which had been used during the colonization era. The old stations were called missions and they had been temporary havens for weary travelers and merchant vessels. However, this particular mission was abandoned and it had been nothing more than a derelict hulk by the time the Nirvana came across it. However, the captain had decided to send an exploration and salvage team to the station in the hopes of finding more data on their alien pursuers. At the very least, the females could get a hold of spare parts and supplies. Currently, Mia, Jura, Barnet, Dinah, Slade, Pegas and Puro were aboard the mission. Inside the station, Mia was busy removing components from a computer console. Floating nearby was Puro. "What are you doing?" the robot asked innocently. "What does it look like?" The girl replied angrily. "It looks like you are looting this place." "It's not looting. It looks like looting to me." "Well, it's not. Then what do you call it?" "We're just salvaging raw material, that's all. It's not like this stuff belongs to anyone, so we're just making use of it, that's all." "Oh. Well, why didn't you say so?" the robot asked as it floated off to join the others in the search for more material. It soon joined up with Slade as he was busy exploring an old storage facility. As Slade wandered about, he began to feel something, just on the edge of his enhanced sense of perception. It wasn't anything dangerous, but he felt as if he was being watched. His body tensed up a bit as he readied himself for anything. At that moment, Puro came up to him. "What's wrong, Slade?" the robot asked. "Something's not right," the Tekkaman began as he looked about his surroundings. His eyes then glanced up and saw something move about in the rafters and support beams above them. He glimpsed a shadow rush across a beam and reacted. "There!" Raising a hand, he let loose with a quick blast of ki which shot out and blasted the support beam. The shadow darted away and then came down to the floor. The explosion caught the attention of the other pirates and they started running toward the source of the disturbance. "It's a chimp," Slade said. In actuality, it was an orangutan that was wearing a kind of white dress. Apparently, it was a female. She made some funny noises as she gazed upon the Tekkaman, then let off a happy hoot when it saw Puro. In a flash, she rushed at the robot, swept it up and began licking it affectionately. Understandably, the robot was not pleased with the sudden act of slobbering iteration. "ACK. Help. Slade. Help me." Slade was still in a state of confusion when his senses then picked up another presence. This time, he did feel a sensation of danger as he whirled about in a ready stance. That was when he saw him. The man was tall, taller than he was, and had more muscle mass. He was built more along the lines of a bodybuilder, as compared to Slade's gymnastic form. He had a kind of technological eye patch over his right eye and two green stripes of face paint marking his left cheek. His dark brown hair was slicked back, except for one long dress that hung out in front, just above a jewel on his forehead. He wore clothes that were reminiscent of the Native American people, and seemed to carry himself with a confidence that mirrored the Tekkaman's. However, it was coupled with a kind of sneakiness that made Slade feel uneasy. The stranger didn't even seem to notice Slade, and he gazed at the simian that was pawing the ears on his mascot. In a deep voice, he called out to the ape, "Yutan!" The orangutan looked up and nodded to her master. She ran up to his side, with Puro in her arms. "What's that you've got there?" the man asked his ape companion. Yutan smiled as she held up the now-drenched Puro. The stranger took on a nasty smile as he assessed his new property. "Well, now, I'd say that this thing would fetch us some fast cash. Once we strip it down, of course." Yutan shook her head and held Pyro close to her. At this point, Slade decided to come to Puro's rescue. "Put him down." The man looked back to Slade. "Excuse me," I said. "Put him down." The man gazed down at his opponent and snorted a bit. Slade looked a lot younger than he actually was. Though he appeared as a teenager between the ages of 17 and 18, he was actually over 500 years old, due to the time he had spent in the Tekkapod. Furthermore, his frame didn't really look like it belonged to a fighter, and the stranger decided that Slade was nothing more than a cocky little punk. He was bigger and stronger than this small fry. "Well?" Slade demanded as he shifted his stance a bit. The man snorted again and said, "Hey, it's finders keepers. Yutan found him, so that makes him mine. Why should I listen to a snot-nosed punk? What did you call me?" Slade felt his temper rise a bit at the punk reference. However, he was quite familiar with such tactics. Often an enemy would insult his opponent to get him to lose his temper and become more careless. It was, after all, a standard tactic in the anything goes. Slade wasn't going to fall for it. "So you don't like what I just called you?" The man taunted a bit. "Well, then." He then got into a ready stance of his own. "Why don't you come over here and teach me some manners?" He gave Slade a smug grin. "If you can." Slade assessed his opponent's stance. He's got some experience. He's probably a street fighter and wouldn't hesitate to cheat. He made note of whatever weapons the man had on him. He caught a glimpse of a boot knife, as well as a holster. "Well, come on," the stranger taunted. "If you can beat me, then I'll take back what I just called you and give you this robot too." Slade weighed his options. It wasn't that he could not defeat this man. With his skills and powers, the Tekkaman could easily obliterate him. However, there was Puro to think of. The robot was annoying, but it was an ally and a part of the Nirvana's crew, so he had to take its safety into account. At that moment, the others came onto the scene. "Mr. Alien." Slade glanced over his shoulder and saw Dida and Mia running up to him. on the other side, Jura and Barnett also ran towards them. With that slight distraction, the stranger took advantage of his situation. Quickly snatching Puro, he threw it towards Slade's head. However, the Tekkaman sensed the danger, then ducked. Puro went sailing over his head and ended up hitting someone else. Mia went sprawling as the mechanical mascot hit her in the face. The stranger then lunged at Slade while drawing his knife. Taking a hostage would give him a bit of an edge, and since Slade was the closest. However, the former Sodom wasn't going to be anyone's hostage. Just as the man reached out to grab him, Slade swerved to avoid the arm, then shot a rapid punch to the man's throat. He didn't put much force into the blow, but no matter how strong a person was, a hit in that area always hurt. The stranger gasped as he suddenly felt himself choking for air. His grip on his knife loosened and the weapon was knocked away by Slade's follow-up kick. Grabbing the still extended arm, Slade tossed the man over his shoulder and slammed him to the floor, causing him to make a dull, metallic clang. The stranger was about to get up and attack again, but a laser beam shot out and burned a hole in the floor just a few inches from the right side of his face. That stopped him cold. "Don't move," Mia warned as she held her laser ring at the ready. The stranger saw that he was in a very bad spot. Mia was in perfect position to end his life with one shot. Jura and Barnett came up to back up their comrade. He glanced over to where Slade was standing and scowled at being thrown by that punk. He just got lucky. He then raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture. He also nodded to Yutan, signaling to her that she should not try to attack. "Now who are you? What are you doing here?" Mia demanded. The man shrugged as he replied, "The name's Rabbi, and I suppose I'm here for the same reasons you are." Slade suddenly stiffened when he heard the name. It sounded familiar, as he was sure that he had come across the name before. He tried to recall where he had heard of the name during his planet-hopping days, before he had joined up with Magno's crew. "What are you talking about?" Mia asked. "You're here to loot this abandoned mission, just like I am, right?" Rabbi responded. Puro floated up to Mia. "I thought you said that this was just salvage." Mia was about to retort to the machine, when there was a sudden explosion which rocked the entire station. Mia then received a message from Guzom, informing her that they were now under attack by the enemy. Outside of the mission, the Nirvana's dread teams were already fighting the groups of cube fighters that had just suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. As the battle began to get intense, several dots of light shot from the space station. Mia and the other dread pilots had quickly scrambled to aid their comrades, leaving their prisoner and his simian companion to fend for themselves. In the station, Rabbi saw this as an excellent opportunity to make his escape. He motioned for Yutan to follow him to their ship, which was docked in a hangar bay on the other side of the station. As they ran toward their vessel, Rabbi smiled as he saw what was in Yutan's arms. In their haste to join the battle, they had forgotten something. As Rabbi guided his ship out of the hangar, He was greeted by a storm of lasers and missile trails as the pirates and their opponents exchanged fire. His ship's scanners then picked up some new type of alien fighters that came out of the mission and headed toward the near zona. The trader shrugged. It seemed as if he wasn't surprised by the arrival of the newest weapon in the alien's arsenal. What appeared next took him completely off guard. A flash of emerald light caught his attention and his eyes widened as he beheld the point that had thrown him undergo a startling transformation. His body was stripped of clothes, then that light suddenly became armor which fused to his body. Another flash of light was seen and Slade was then darting about the enemy forces, cutting them to pieces with a blade weapon. A strange machine then burst from the station to join up with the Tekkaman. The mecha didn't fit any profile in Rabi's tactical computer, though it resembled the Vandreads of the planet Tarak. It began transforming as it neared its partner. The Tekkaman and Tekkapod came together and were engulfed in a blinding aura of power which turned them into a comet of destruction. They plowed through the enemy like a bull through a china shop. After making several passes through the alien ranks and lessening their numbers, the Tekkaman leapt off pegs and continued to tear into the enemy. As Rabi watched in awe, his devious mind began to work. This could prove to be very profitable. As Slade polished off his latest targets, he found himself being continually pestered by a couple of dread pilots. Jura's fighter came alongside of him. "Well now, shall we combine, my little Tekkaman?" "No way!" Tarak cried out as she cut in front of Jura. Slade couldn't stop his forward momentum in time and the two became Tekkadread. "Hey! He was mine!" the blonde pilot shouted out. Tarak responded by giving her the Japanese red eye. "You snooze, you lose. I won't forget this." Slade sighed and decided that as long as he was in control of the Tekkadread's awesome firepower, he may as well take out the source of the new enemy craft. Swinging the huge, shouldered cannons into position, he aimed, then focused his powers into the systems. The cannons let loose with twin beams of destruction, which merged together and formed one massive wave that obliterated the entire space station. All that was left were a few scraps of debris. Rabi's jaw dropped to his console. Then he grinned even more evilly. "I think I just hit the mother lode." It was then that his ship rocked from some explosions. Looking at his tactical scanners, he saw that he was surrounded by the remaining enemy fighters. "Oopsie!" Yutan pleaded as she looked at her partner with soulful eyes. "Oh, all right. Go ahead," Rabi said with a sigh. The ape happily went off to a section behind the pilot's cabin. A minute later, a hatch on top of Rabi's craft opened up and a monstrous-looking mecha emerged. Inside it, Yutan smiled as she held out two manipulators and pressed the firing mechanisms. The machine let loose with a murderous storm of missiles, bullets, cannon and laser shots at the swarms of alien craft. The enemy ships were blown apart as the simian fired with glee. For 2 minutes, she continued shooting at anything that moved, chopping the enemy to pieces. Finally, she let off a contented sigh and relaxed as the arms of the Megele lowered. On the bridge, Rabbi let off an irritated growl as he saw that Yutan had once again exhausted the ship's ordnance and ammunition. Damn! There goes last week's profits. A few minutes later, the bridge of the Nirvana made contact with the other vessel as Magna came face to face with Rabbi. Beside her were her first officer, Ida and Slade. Thanks to you guys, my ship received some engine damage. Rabbi complained. And you're expecting us to help you? Magno asked. I should think so. Rabbi said as a matter of factly. Magno snorted at the audacity of the man. We're pirates and we only look out for ourselves. Rabbi smirked while shrugging, then help up something. Oh well. I guess that means that I can keep this, right? Ida gasped as she saw that in their hurry to fight the enemy, they had forgotten about Puro. Magno sighed as she nodded. He is part of our crew. She then addressed Rabbi. Very well then, you may come aboard. Rabbi. I know I've heard that name before. Just where was it? Slade thought as he watched the so-called trader peddle his wares to the other members of the female crew. His apparent charm and the glittery trinkets that he offered for sale took in many of the females. He also hinted that he knew about the relationships between men and women, which made him seem even more intriguing to the female pirates. Even the level-headed Parfat couldn't resist Rabbi's apparent generosity, when he gave her a power coupling that was supposed to dramatically increase the pixie's energy output. Piley tried to impress the trader by using the free samples of makeup, but Rabbi said for her to wait another 5 years. At that point, Mia walked up to Slade's side with the same suspicious expression on her face. She was a bit disgusted at how some of her own comrades were fawning over the newcomer. I don't trust him, she said simply. Slade snorted a bit. For once, I agree. There's just something about him that turns my stomach. I think he knows more about our enemy than he's letting on. I mean, he wasn't too surprised or concerned when we were attacked. I'd trust him about as far as I could throw him. Mia allowed herself a slight smile. That would be quite a distance. Slade chuckled a bit. It would be. But aside from that, I know I've heard his name somewhere before. You have? Yeah. Like I told Dinah, I did a lot of planet hopping before ending up on the Ikazuchi, and I know that. It was then that Slade swore snapped his fingers. That's it. I remember now. Zervin. Huh? Slade didn't bother to explain as he saw that Rabbi had disappeared. He then went off looking for him. Rabbi shook himself a bit as he came to where the 3 transformed dreads and Vandreads were stored. He had just encountered Tuzum as he went to check on his ship. Though the first officer was very attractive, there was just something about her that was off. As he entered the area, he smiled as he spied the Tekkapod, which was currently dormant as it recharged its power cells. The trader had a hunch that the Megele was related to the power that he had witnessed earlier. However, as he approached it, someone was present to block his path. Slade had just come onto the scene when he witnessed Dinah barring Rabbi's way to Pegasus. No! This is Mr. Alien's partner. Dinah said while shaking her head and spreading her arms out wide. "Oh, come on. I just want to have a look at it," Rabbi said in his smoothest tone. "No, not even one little peek." Rabbi smiled as he leaned forward and brought his face close to hers. Slade felt a twinge of anger at the traitor. He didn't like people like Rabbi, and Dinah was just too pure and innocent to be near such a person. Just as Rabbi was about to kiss her, he called out to her, "Hey!" Dinah was snapped back to reality as she glanced over to the hangar entrance and saw Slade. "Mr. Alien." Slade nodded, not at all annoyed at the Mr. Alien name. "This time, you'd better stay from him. You'll never know what kind of disease you can pick up from space vermin." Rabbi turned to face his rival, then snorted at the vermin reference. "Oh? And who are you to tell her who she should associate with, punk?" Slade was not at all affected by Rabbi's attempt to rile him. "Let's just say that I think she could do way better than a walking compost heap like you." "Is that a threat or a challenge?" "Take as it you please." Slade shrugged as he began walking toward him. "Do you remember a planet called Servan?" Rabbi cocked his head in mock thought, then shrugged. "That sounds vaguely familiar. I might have done business there." "Bullshit," Slade growled as he stopped to within 10 feet of the traitor. "You sold one of their colonies an experimental water purifier, and nearly half of their population got sick from bacterial contamination." Rabbi shrugged again. "Hey, I sold it to them cheap. They got what they paid for." "What they paid for was a stolen item," Slade shot back. "That purifier had come from a manufacturing plant on Talena, and the engineers hadn't worked out all bugs in the filtration system before you took it. I guess your conscience was on vacation when you offered it to that colony, knowing full well that people could have died. It was a lucky thing that I came along and helped them find a source of fresh water before they all became diseased. But it didn't matter to you, did it? All you cared about was lining your pockets with the hard-earned money of a poor planet." By this time, several of the Nirvana crew came to the scene, including Mia, Jura, Barnett, and some members of the Warrior Squadron. "HMPF. Don't go telling me on how to run my own business." Rabbi didn't like Slade's attitude, then saw that this was an opportune moment for profit. "I just make the best deals that I can to eke out a living. And right now, I see a very good chance of doubling my profit margins." "What are you talking about?" Rabbi gestured to Pegas. "I like this machine. I think that it would make very tidy sum, once I have its systems analyzed. However, I know that you would never sell it, so how about I suggest a kind of challenge?" "Challenge?" "Yes. We never did get to have our little fight back at the mission, and I wondered just how much I could pound on a punk like you. So how's about it? If I win, then I get this machine. And if I win?" Rabbi smirked confidently. There was just no way this punk could beat him. "If by some miracle you beat me, then I'll give you some information that you might find interesting." "Like what?" "Oh, like some data about the aliens that you're fighting against, plus a few other little tidbits. Interested? Slade considered the scum in front of him. It was obvious that he knew more about the aliens than he was telling, and new data about them would be welcomed. However, Rabbi was someone that one should keep on his guard about. It was very likely that he was going to cheat. With a slow nod, the Tekkaman went into a battle stance. "You're on, sucker," Rabbi thought as he was looking forward to selling Pegasus to the highest bidder. However, he was about to learn not to count his chickens before they hatched. A quiet silence fell over the hangar. "Shouldn't we stop this, Captain?" Kuzo asked as she and the rest of the bridge crew watched the main monitor at the scene that was unfolding. Magna paused for a moment before shaking her head. "No. I think that this may be an opportunity for us to learn a few things. Not just about our enemy but also about Slade." The two faced each other off, neither one of them moving an inch since the gauntlet had been thrown down. Their eyes locked with each other as each combatant waited for the other to make a move. Deciding to end the stalemate, Slade charged forward and cocked back a fist. Rabbi smirked. His opponent talked a big fight, but he was nothing more than a reckless amateur. He immediately countered by shifting his weight to the left and drew his right knee up, fully expecting it to slam into Slade's chest. However, he hit empty air. Before he knew it, Slade had somehow ended up on his left side. The Tekkaman had fainted one way, then changed direction so fast that Rabbi had not caught the movement until it was too late. Just as he turned his head, his face was introduced to a five-knuckle sandwich. Thwack! Rabbi felt as if a sledgehammer had hit him, as he was sent flying back more than 15 feet. He hit the hangar deck hard on his back and skidded another 6 feet before coming to rest. The front of his face throbbed with pain, and when he reached up to touch it, he felt even more pain shooting up between his eyes. A large, purple bruise was forming as a trickle of blood ran down to his chin. That one punch by itself had broken his nose. His eyes furrowed in anger as he looked up at Slade. The martial artist wasn't even feeling any sting in his fist. Damn! Since when could a snot-nosed punk hit that hard? The crowds of females gasped after seeing Slade floor a man that was bigger and weighed more than he did. The members of the warrior squadron looked on with interest. They had always suspected that he went easier on them during their training sessions, and they wanted to see just what their leader was capable of. Slade remained standing with his arm extended and his fist held out. Then slowly, he resumed a neutral stance with his hands behind his back. He simply waited to Rabbi to stagger to his feet. "Why, you little shit!" Rabbi cursed as he tensed up to attack. Slade shrugged as he made a "come here" gesture with his right index finger, daring him to attack. Well, Rabbi became even more infuriated at this punk's attitude and lack of being intimidated, as he charged in and threw a punch at Slade's head. However, Slade's head simply shifted to the right, causing the fist to miss by scant millimeters. Too slow. Rabbi followed through with several fast jabs and uppercuts, But the Tekkaman moved with such precision and speed that each attack was dodged by only the tiniest of fractions. Slade didn't even move from the spot he was standing on, as he swerved, twisted, turned and leaned out of the way of each attempt to hit him. Then he attacked. WHOMP. Rabi was so focused on trying to hit Slade that he was totally unprepared when his opponent slammed a fist into his solar plexus, driving the breath out of him. He doubled over, and then was knocked back up after Slade brought up a knee to connect with Rabi's chin. Just as he came back up, the Cosmic Warrior hopped up and delivered a reverse spin kick. The foot connected with the trader's right cheek with a wet crack, and Rabi was sent flying again, this time landing 20 feet away. Mia was more than impressed. It was no wonder that Slade had thrown her so easily and defeated Jusenkyo. Apparently, he wasn't too dependent on his powers as a Tekkaman. She also suspected that he was still holding back. Ida was also in awe at Mr. Alien and wondered if he could teach her how to do that. By now, Rabi was enraged as he got up for a second time. He had thought he had this fight in the bag, but the punk had already broken his nose and cheek. He decided to change tactics as Slade began slowly advancing on him. "If this is all you're capable of," Slade said, "then you'd better give up now. There's only so much that I can do to your face. Keep coming and talking, you little smartass. Just a little closer." Rabi tensed up as Slade closed the distance between them. When he got to within striking distance, the eye that was under the trader's eye patch twitched, activating a hidden trigger. The eye patch instantly let loose with a flare of light which caught Slade off guard for a moment. As he turned away to shield his eyes, Rabi was on his feet and charging forward. He cocked back a fist and threw it forward. In the instant before it hit Slade, some green-white lines appeared on the Tekkaman's face. When the fist made solid contact, Rabi felt an instant of satisfaction. Then, crack! Slade simply turned his cheek to dilute the force of the blow, then faced at his opponent again. Rabi was now clutching at his injured left hand. Aside from a minor bruise forming on his cheek, the Tekkaman had suffered no damage. In the instant before the fist had impacted, his Tekka circuits had instinctively powered up and made that area of Slade's face as hard as steel. "What's the matter, Rabi? Crying over a broken hand? Don't worry. You're going to have a lot more to cry about." Slade continued walking up to him. With one hand, he grabbed Rabi by the front of his tunic and hoisted him up off the floor of the hangar, as easily as if he were lifting a rag doll. His eyes took on a dangerous glint as he glared at his adversary. "By the way, that was your only free shot." Slade then kicked him hard in the gut, then slammed him into a nearby wall, making a slight depression in the metal alloys. He let the scumbag slide down to the floor and stepped back a bit. "A lot of kids got sick from that piece of crap that you sold on Zervan. Now the fair thing would be to demand a refund. But since you've probably already spent what you cheated out of those people, I guess the only thing to do is to take it out of your pathetic hide. Rabbi gritted his teeth as he staggered to his feet. His body was in pain like he had never felt before. That bastard was going to pay for this. At that moment, his right hand slipped into a pocket on his vest, then pulled something out. "Mr. Alien, watch out." Time seemed to slow down to a snail's pace as Dinah ran to get between Slade and Rabbi. Slade saw the glint of a muzzle and reacted, moving forward to push the girl out of the way before Rabbi fired the small blaster that he had in his hand. A pencil-thin beam of light lanced out, aimed directly for Slade's heart. However, he managed to twist out of the way and the beam struck through his right shoulder. However, Dinah also screamed out as the beam pierced through her own shoulder as well. "T.I.D.A." Mia cried out as she and Jura ran to help their fallen comrade. The others who were watching immediately went into a state of shock. As Slade saw Dinah go down, something within him snapped. Dinah had always been a pain and somewhat of a nuisance, but the Tekkaman had gotten used to her constant presence and always cheerful attitude. Without a second thought, she had tried to save him and was hurt because of it. At that point, the normally disciplined Slade lost it. "You bastard." Before Rabbi could even blink, Slade was in front of him. He tried to bring his weapon to bear, but Slade's right hand immediately clamped onto it and applied pressure. Both the weapon and Rabbi's hand were crushed as the sound of popping metal, snapping plastic, and the mangling of bone and tendons were heard. Rabbi screamed out again, but his cry of pain was cut short as his opponent slammed a fist into his gut again. "WHOMP. You heard her." He then twisted the arm he was holding and sent a hard strike to the shoulder joint, causing a loud pop to be heard when the arm bone was forced from its socket. Rabbi screamed out again. "You scum!" Slade delivered 3 more hits to the abdomen, making the traitor cough up blood. Then he let loose with a flurry of punches and kicks, causing even more bones to buckle and break as Rabbi was introduced to a new level of pain. He then thrust out with an open palm and slammed the con artist into the wall again. The man's body made an even deeper impression this time and a loud crack was heard. Rabbi now found himself pinned to the wall and at Slade's mercy. Slade wanted to kill this man. He would feel absolutely no remorse if he were to end this scumbag's life. However, just as he cocked back his other hand and balled it up into a fist, he heard a voice of reason. "Slade." The Tekkaman stopped as he looked over his shoulder and saw the captain and her first officer standing at the hangar entrance. "It's over, Slade. You've won, and Dinah will be alright. There's no point in continuing this," the aged woman stated. The martial artist felt some of the anger beginning to fade, as control started to reassert himself. He let off a final growl and removed his hand from Rabbi's chest, letting him drop to the floor in a broken heap. Seeing that the man was still conscious, he said, "I've won. Now, about that information. Or should I just pick it off your corpse?" Rabbi snarled at the punk, but reached into another hidden pocket, fumbled around, then took out an information module. It was hard for him with the current state of his hands. He weakly threw it on the floor at Slade's feet. "Damn you. Here. Take it." Rabi spat out. Droplets of blood also shot from his mouth and stained the floor of the hangar. Slade picked up the cube, then glared back down at the man he had nearly killed. 2 minutes. WW what? Rabi gasped. "You've got exactly 2 minutes to haul your stinking carcass off this ship. If you're not off this ship by that time, then I'll kick it out the nearest airlock." The con man tried to get to his feet, but his injuries made that task impossible. It was a lucky thing that U-10 came about while she chased Puro. When she saw her master in such a shape, she immediately abandoned her pursuit and came to his side. Using her to brace himself, Rabi started limping toward the exit. Before he departed, he scowled back at Slade. "I won't forget this, you little punk. I won't let you forget," Slade replied. Rabi snorted. "Ha! You talk big, but you're just using someone else's words." That final barb stirred something in Slade as the man and his ape left the Nirvana. A few minutes later, "Captain, don't go after him," Slade warned. "He's not worth it." However, Slade's words seemed to fall on deaf ears as Magno had ordered the Nirvana to begin pursuing the traitor and rob him of everything he had. They were pirates after all. However, just as they were about to catch up to him, the ship's engine core suddenly let off an explosion, causing the vessel to drop out of hyperspace. In the engineering section, Parfat started cursing as she realized that the power coupling that Rabi had given to her was nothing more than bootleg junk. The ship would require major repairs, and by the time Parfat's crew had the engines back online, Rabi would be long gone. Later that night, Slade sat alone in the biopark, watching the large pool before him and contemplating a few things. The information cube had been given to Parfat, but since it was encoded, it would take some time to decipher the data stored on it. "Mr. Alien?" Slade didn't answer Dinah as he continued to stare at the water. The young dread pilot went to him and stopped just behind him. Slade looked over his shoulder and nodded at her bandaged shoulder. "Are you okay? How's the shoulder?" The redhead nodded as she replied. "The doctor said that my shoulder is going to be a bit stiff for a few days, but it'll be all right." "Oh, I'm going to have a scar." Slade shook his head as he stood up and faced her. Reaching out with a hand and placing it gently on her injured shoulder, he began summoning up his aura. "No, I don't think that you'd look good with a scar. Here." Dinah's eyes widened as the Slade fed his key into her body, and the throbbing pain that she had been feeling faded away. A minute later, he let his aura power down, then with a deft movement of the hand, he removed the bindings to Dinah's shoulder. The girl looked down and gasped as she saw warm, unblemished skin. "Wow! That was amazing. You're really cool, Mr. Alien. Thank you." Slade shrugged as he tossed the bandages away. "It was something that I picked up during my wanderings. I can heal some physical damage to a person's body using my key. It takes a bit out of me, but it was worth it. She then gazed at Slade's own shoulder, which had also been treated by Dwero. What about you? None. I decided to let it heal by itself and keep the scar. As a reminder. He then sighed as turned around and went back to gazing out at the artificial lake. Mr. Alien? What do you mean? Slade sighed again. He had really wanted to be alone, but he also felt the need to talk to someone. Rabbi was scum, but he was right about one thing. Huh? The Tekkaman paused for a long time, then responded. I am using other people's words. I don't have any words to say for myself, because I don't know myself. I can't remember if I had any family. I don't have any memories of growing up. Heck, I don't even know when my birthday is or how old I am. All I know is that I am Slade. But even that doesn't sound totally right. Just who am I? How did I get these powers? Where did I learn to fight? Who taught me? It seems like I'm living someone else's life, yet I know that it's mine. I just don't know. Out in space. Rabbi gritted his teeth as he read the scanner's readout. The profits he had made from trading with the pirates wouldn't cover half the cost of healing his injuries. He had been set back. A lot. His injuries included a broken nose in 2 places, a fractured cheek, dislocated right shoulder, 5 broken metacarpals in his right hand, 3 in his left, 3 broken ribs on his left side and 2 fractured on his right. His right arm had also sustained a hairline crack along the ulna. There was some internal damage to his spleen. He had suffered a fractured left femur after being slammed into the wall of the Nirvana's hangar. It would take him at least 3 months to recover, despite the advanced medical equipment that he had bought, cheated and stolen from others. That little punk is going to pay for this. Rabbi swore as he went for some painkillers. When Parfat finally decoded Rabbi's data cube, what she read on it made her shiver. The aliens were indeed after them and were intent on harvesting their vital organs. What they had found on that desert world was only the tip of the iceberg. Several other human worlds were targeted, including Megele and Tarak. For the male and female planets, it was their reproductive organs that they were after. The enemy considered the entire human race as nothing more than a crop to be harvested. The engineer swallowed hard as she prepared to give her a report to the captain. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, as expected, Rabbi didn't come out of this as well as he did in Vandread. Personally, I hate him and I feel that he got off too easy in the original series. As I stated before, there will be some major changes in Tekkadread as compared to Vandread. As for what I had planned next, well, wait and see. Chapter 10 Chapter 9, Jura's Magnificent Form. TKK80 Disclaimer, are you sure about this? Thoughts. Chapter 9, Jura's Magnificent Form. The Nirvana's main monitor displayed a planet with a surface that was covered almost entirely by water. The captain and her first officer were reading the data on the planet. The planet's atmosphere is composed of a nitrogen/oxygen mix that is suitable for sustaining human life. Kuzum stated, "There is a landmass in the northern hemisphere and we are detecting a small city on it. Under the water we are also detecting the remains of a colony ship." Magno nodded as she considered the world below. "What do you think, PC? Shall we say hello to them?" At that moment, the alarms went off as Ezra announced that the enemy was nearby. "Sensors have detected several ships coming around from the other side of the planet. Can you identify them?" the first mate asked. "There seems to be around 30 cube-type fighters, and one large machine. I can't make out exactly what island coming out around the planet's curve was an alien craft that was about the size of the Nirvana. It resembles some kind of grotesque tulip with a stem. Buzzing about its surface were several of the mechanical octopi or cube fighters that the space pirates were familiar with. At that moment, the presence of the Nirvana was detected, which made the machines go into their pre-programmed routines and attacked. "All hands to battle stations." Magna barked into the communications. Just as Slade came barreling out of his quarters, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by a bright flash of light. He squinted to see what was blocking his path. Fa 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 fa. The shrill laughter sent a slight shiver down his spine as he saw the curvaceous silhouette of a certain dread pilot. Behind Juro was Barnett, who happened to be holding up a camcorder. Apparently, they had set up the strobe lights in advance for this occasion, as they knew that he would be heading to the airlock that was nearest to his quarters. "Do you get it now? Today you shall definitely be combining that magnificent armor with me," Jura declared while striking the most elegant pose she could muster. She glanced to her partner and smiled. "Well, how was that?" Barnett gave her an okay signal. "Perfect." Slade growled as he made a 180-degree turn and took an alternate route to another airlock. "Hey! I'm not finished yet," Jura cried out, then turned to her partner. "All right then. We'll go to stage 2. Barnett let off a tired sigh. "Right. Out in space." After transforming into a Tekkaman, Slade began darting about in space, fighting alongside the Dread fighters. Pegasus was unavailable at the time, since it undergoing the process of modification and maintenance. The other members of the Vandread squadron were currently working at their original posts in Gascogni's register and the Dread maintenance crews. Slade didn't think much of it. They were only dealing with 30 cube fighters and one big machine. If worse came to worse, he could always combine with Ida or Mia's Dreads. It was then that he noticed that the cube fighters were more agile than before. Some were actually managing to dodge the first few slashes that he made at them with his lance. This made the Tekkaman work a bit harder to destroy them. They'd gotten better, Slade thought. One cube fighter managed to tag him in the back with some strafing shots, but was destroyed a moment later from behind. Jura's Dread swooped alongside the Tekkaman. "Well, are we ready to unite now?" she said smugly. At that moment, another cube fighter came down toward them. Mr. Alien, watch out. Dinah's fighter flashed onto the scene and took out the foe before it could open up. The younger pilot blew Slade a kiss from her cockpit. If you are going to combine, do it with me, okay? Slade let off an irritated snarl as his thrusters fired. Will you just knock it off? He shot out into a swarm of enemy mecha and began slashing away. 5 units were cut to pieces, and that was when he triggered his next attack, transforming to the Tekkama in battle mode. Once again, his armor shifted into a more dynamic form and became enveloped in a nimbus of light, causing him to become a human comet. He flashed in and out of the enemy formations, blasting any that collided into him or was too close. 10 more cube fighters were obliterated as Slade streaked toward the main machine. When he came close enough, he shifted back into his regular configuration, opened up the Voltiker units on his shoulders and prepared to fire. He figured that one full power blast down the front would be enough. However, in that split second, 3 cube fighters attacked him en masse and began dragging him down toward the planet's surface. Mr. Alien, Dinah cried out as she tried to go in and assist, but several more enemy units began engaging her and Mia, blocking them from aiding their comrade. Only one dread fighter got through the blockade and dug down toward the falling Tekkaman. Since the dreads were not intended for transatmospheric flight, Juro was putting herself at serious risk. However, she showed no concern as she plunged toward her intended target. Barnet, are you getting this on tape? She asked as her dread began heating up from the friction of re-entry. You are asking me at a time like this, Barnet replied. Further down in the planet's atmosphere, Slade's armor became even hotter. However, he wasn't worried since he had experienced re-entry before during his travels, and his armor was heat-resistant enough to survive being inside a solar prominence. Furthermore, he was pretty certain that he would survive the impact, though at the speed he was going, it would make little difference whether he hit land or water. 2 of the 3 cube fighters exploded from the heat as he continued to fall like a blazing meteor. Several more fighters followed, with their heat shields on. Up above and catching up rapidly was Juro's dread. Oblivious to the danger she was putting herself into by diving into the atmosphere at such a high angle, the blonde pilot's gaze fixated on her goal. Now show me. The 3rd stage. Just as the 2 were about 3 miles above the planet's surface, they were enveloped in a bright flare of light. Then they hit the water with tremendous impact, sending a huge geyser shooting upward and shockwaves that could be felt for miles around. The cube fighters that had followed them down, stopped to hover above the ocean and wait for the to-do surface in whatever new form their merging had caused. High above in orbit, everyone else apprehensively waited as well. On the Nirvana's bridge, they've crashed in the ocean at about 5 miles from that island city. Ezra said, Jura. Slade. Are you alright? Do you copy? Kuzon called out on communications. However, there was no response. Then, It happened. Suddenly, the ocean's surface broke as several objects shot upwards. They were 8 large gravity repulsor disks which rotated above the point where Jura and Slade had splashed down. Then something huge surfaced. The new Tekkadread was odd. It had 2 extending limbs with pincers and wing-like projections on each side. All in front was a larger disc and the aft sections were raised. The circle of smaller discs came down to rotate vertically in front of the new machine. All in all, it looked like a giant crab. One of the bridge crew said as they all saw Tekkadread Jura on the Nirvana's main monitor. All in her dread, Barnet could only stare at her own view screen. Jura was not going to be happy. Still, she brought out her camcorder and began filming. Down on the planet. Hey no. This can't be mine. The blonde dread pilot screamed as she saw through a monitor at what her dread had become. She started to become hysterical. Slade looked about and found that he was again in his human form, and was now sitting in a circular cockpit. Both he and Jura were in separate seats and were opposite to each other. Between them was a round console and a holographic projection globe. Well, at least this one isn't as perverted as the last two. Slade winced as he remembered the sitting positions in Dinah and Mia's Tekkadreads. At that moment, the cube fighters started attacking. Inside the craft, Slade began looking over the controls, trying to find the weapons on the merged dread. Opposite to him, Jura continued to wail away. This is so uncool. WHHHHH. Will you just shut up? What are you waiting for? Counterattack. Slade shouted as the Tekkadread took several direct hits. Fortunately, in its transformed state, the hull of Jura's fighter had become even stronger than Slade's Tekkaman armor. WHHHHH. It's so hideous. Change it back. In a fit of frustration and anguish, she hit the console with both hands. In doing so, she had touched a control button, which caused the Tekkadread to fire its maneuvering thrusters at full throttle. The craft suddenly rocketed backward, leaving a jet wash, which swamped a couple of the cube fighters. This is bad, BC said as she watched Slade and Jura's machine and the direction it was going. They're heading straight for that island colony. What about Mia and Dinah? Magno asked. Ezra shook her head. They're still engaging the enemy. Slade had found out that the chairs that he and Jura were sitting in were capable of moving about in the cockpit. This gave both operators access to all the controls on the panels. He began swerving about, randomly pressing buttons in the hopes that he would find the weapon systems. Every now and then, he would shove Jura aside to get at some controls. Meanwhile, Jura screamed hysterically and showed no signs of stopping. Outside, the enemy continued to fire on them. Where the hell are the weapons on this thing? I don't want this anymore. If you've got time to complain, then you can help me look for the weapons. WHHH. Why did I get stuck with this? It was supposed to be elegant. Will you just shut the censored up and look for the weapons? Letting me off. Stop shooting your mouth off and shoot at the enemy. The Tekkadread suddenly came to a stop some 200 yards from the shoreline of the island as Slade noticed a control lever on the right side of his chair. He decided to try it. Grasping it firmly, he pushed it forward. The arms of the Tekkadread suddenly came alive and started swinging about. Two of the cube fighters were swatted like flies and exploded after being hit. At least I know what that does. Slade shrugged as he tried to get at the other enemy units with the pincers. However, the other cube types stayed out of reach and continued to fire. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, the male half of Tekkadread Juro looked about for other weapons. I wanted something elegant. I deserve to have something elegant. Will you just shut the hell up? In frustration, Slade slammed a fist on a button that he hadn't tried before. Now that particular button did control a weapon. The discs that had been rotating in front of the machine flew up to hover horizontally above the craft. The largest disc flew up to hover above its counterparts. It then released 8 beams of light, each of which connected to a smaller disc. Then the circle of discs let loose with particle beams in 8 different directions, obliterating the remaining cube fighters. Slade shrugged again after seeing the enemies get vaporized. Okay. I can live with that. Juro was silent as she simply stared out at nothing in particular. Later, after Mia and her dread teams had finished off the last of the cube fighters in orbit, though they had been unable to damage the main vessel and returned to the Nirvana, Magna was informed that communications to the planet was possible. In fact, the inhabitants were highlying them at the moment. When the main monitor came up, Magna found herself being addressed by the leader, Fanita. She appeared to be a young woman in her early 20s with long, blonde hair and an angelic face. She wore light lavender robes and had some kind of white mask hanging from a chain around her neck. Welcome to the most beautiful planet in the universe, Anpaphos. Anpaphos, eh? Magno said. Yes. We have waited patiently for so long for your arrival. For us? PC asked. You are Munya, are you not? Fanita inquired. The captain and first officer of the Nirvana looked at each other with puzzled expressions before Magno addressed Fanita again. I'm sorry, but we're not this Munya that you're talking about. The leader of Anpaphos became a bit disappointed at this news. You're not? The pirate captain shook her head. No. But there are a few things that we would like to discuss with you. Would you mind terribly if we came down there? Fanita gave a nonchalant nod. I'm afraid that with the time of the great ritual at hand, we cannot give you a proper welcome. That's all right. I got it all on tape. Your magnificent form in action has not been captured for posterity. Barnett said excitedly as she communicated through to the Tekkadread. Jura, however, wasn't even paying attention as she and Slade sat on the floating machine. After leaving Bard in command of the Nirvana, while strictly forbidding him not to run in case the enemy shows up. Magno and her first officer took a shuttle to the surface of the planet. When they got down to the island, they disembarked from the craft and looked about. Slade, who had decided to retake his armor and leave Jura to mope, soon joined them. The blonde dread pilot had been unresponsive and the Tekkaman had thought to give her some time alone. He came down a staircase that was built into the walls that surrounded the island city. "Hey, Grandma." Recently, Slade had taken to calling Magno as Grandma, since the term was more acceptable than Old Ghoul was. "Hello dear boys. I see that you are none worse for wear." Magno and Gascogni were the only ones that Slade allowed to refer to him as dear boys. "What about Jura?" BC asked. Slade shrugged. "Princess Krabby is still moping, but I don't think she's hurt or nothing. If she's fine, then I'd like for you to come with us," Magno said as she and her first officer walked toward what appeared to be a shrine. Milling about the city, the people of Anpaphos seemed to be preparing for some kind of festival. Slade wondered just what was going on and then shrugged as he followed the captain and her first officer. He'd learn soon enough. In the Naiva's hangar deck, Mr. Alien and Jura. "They're down there alone." Dinah was pacing back and forth as she was thinking of what could be happening on the planet's surface. "Calm down, Dinah," Mia said. "I'm sure that everything's all right. The captain and the commander are down there too." "I know, but still." Dinah looked out toward a porthole and down at the planet below. Mr. Alien. Though she would never admit it to anyone, Mia was also a bit uneasy that the voluptuous Jura was with Slade. During their voyage back toward Megele and Tarak, Slade had often hinted that he knew about a few things concerning ancient male-female relationships, and thought of him being alone with the very sexy dread pilot made me very uncomfortable. "So who exactly are these Munya that you are all waiting for?" Magno asked as she spoke with the leader of Anpaphos. The pirates found themselves standing in front of a large column with stairs winding up the sides and toward the top of the shrine. In front of the column was a large stone plaque that had the image of a person on his knees, with a kind of tail sticking out of the small of his back. "The Munya are the ones who brought our ancestors to this world," Fanita explained. "We are so very grateful to them and we have been patiently awaiting for the time of their return." The vague explanation left Magno and her group with more questions. Exactly, what are the Munya? Why are they coming here? They are in need of the spiral code from us. The leader of Anpaphos replied. "Spiral code? What the heck is that?" Slade wondered. It was then that BC looked back up at the shrine's emblem and realized what they meant. They're after the spinal cord. This made Slade more appalled. These people were actually willing to let the aliens harvest them for their body parts. Didn't they have any backbone? The Tekkaman winced at the unintended pun. Meanwhile, back on the Nirvana. "When can we replenish our food supplies?" "Excuse me, but I put in a request to be assigned a different locker. So do you think that these shoes go well with my dress?" Which skirt is better, the blue or the gold? Have I gained weight? Do you think this blouse makes me look fat? I've been thinking about dyeing my hair blonde. Bart was on the verge of a nervous breakdown as the entire crew had been pestering him with questions and requests, most of which were trivial. It soon became one big, jumbled mess, and finally, the helmsman couldn't take it anymore. "Will you all just shut up?" The monitors in the navigation well became silent as he cut off all communications with the other crew members. Just when he thought he was about to get some peace, Piley highlighted him. "What now?" Bart asked tiredly. "Don't flake out on the job," the apprentice nurse warned. Back on the planet's surface, Magno had heard enough. It was obvious that the people of Anpathos were nothing more than sheep and were just letting others dictate their lives. They were using the excuses of tradition and custom to explain their lack of resistance to the aliens. In fact, they emulated the enemy to the status of gods and served them without question. To the ancient captain, that was unacceptable. However, there seemed to be no way to convince Fanita that resisting the Munya and making their own decisions was far more preferable than just waiting to die. They seemed to be completely under their master's control and were nothing more than lapdogs. "What can you know about life?" Magno charged. "What do you know about this Munya? You call this the most beautiful planet in the universe? What have you compared it with? What would you know about this world at all, besides this tiny scrap of land? The beliefs of my people were established long ago by the Munya," Fanita argued. "HMPF. Again with this Munya. It seems that you cannot make even the simplest of decisions without consulting with this great Munya. How pathetic." Up in orbit, Bart was again barraged with questions and requests from all sides by the crew. But then an alarm went off. Something had just warped into Anpathos' solar system. "Huh? It's the enemy," Bart said on the communicator. "How many?" PC asked. "There's only one, but it's kind of big, and it's shaped like a container." The first officer nodded as she addressed her superior. "Captain." Magno nodded as she turned to Fanita. "Well now, it seems that your precious Munya has arrived." "Really?" This news made Fanita extremely pleased. Finally, the prophecies have come true. Slade and the Nirvana's captain began to have a bad feeling about this. Their suspicions were confirmed when the top of the shrine extended a quartet of receiving antennas in response to the aliens' arrival. The water level of surrounding ocean began to rise and soon had the ground flooded. "They've planned this out well," PC commented as she saw hundreds of people converge on the shrine. Each one was now wearing a simple ritual mask, which reminded her of condemned prisoners walking toward the executioner. "What is it?" Slade asked. "In this way, the people will all be gathered up in one spot," the first officer answered. Up in orbit, Bart wondered what to do as the alien craft approached to link up with its sister ship. On the advice of Mia, he had the Dread team scramble and set up a defensive line. The sleek fighters soon sped out to meet with the enemy, but they found out that several scores of cube fighters were also lining up to defend their motherships. Don't empathos. Magnos shook her head with disgust. She had no intention of letting herself or her crew be harvested alongside these weak-minded fools. You cannot change destiny, Fanita said as she put on her ritual mask. Destiny, eh? That's very convenient for you to say. Then again, people who let others decide for them always have an excuse. This is the right thing to do, Fanita angrily retorted. Tradition is tradition. It is you who are wrong. You are strangers to our world and now you insult our god. How can you be so rude? I see there's no point in continuing this discussion. The aged woman turned to leave, but then gasped in pain as she slumped down to her knees in the inch-deep water. Grandma! Slade went her side as Boozlem also knelt down beside her commander. Of all the times for my back to go out, Magna gritted as she leaned on her walking stick for support. I can't move. Grandma, I had no intention of becoming a part of this, the ancient crone said as she looked up at the Tekkaman. It's up to you, D-boy. Slade nodded as he made his Tekka crystal appear and headed out to where Jusenkyo was floating. The pirate captain nodded as she addressed Fanita. Well now, it seems that we have some time to kill. Hey, we've got to launch, D-boy called out as he ran toward Jusenkyo. Jura made no indication of having heard him as she continued to sit and gaze at nothing in particular. Hey! Didn't you hear me? Slade leapt down from a wall and onto the dread. The blonde pilot angrily turned her head. Unfortunately, I did. Go away! What's with you? Don't you realize what's at stake? Not my problem. The hell it isn't. Slade gripped her right shoulder, causing Jura to tense up for a moment. Then she slumped back down and sadly sighed. It doesn't matter now, she said without facing him. Slade shook his head. Are you still hung up about that? Aren't your friends and comrades more important than what your Tekkadread looks like? When Jura didn't answer, the martial artist became even more irritated at her shallow attitude. Listen up. You've been bugging me for months now to combine with you, and when it finally happens, you limp out. Jura continued to say nothing. Is that it? Did you just want to combine with me? Because you thought that it would be something that no one had ever seen before? When Jura remained silent, Slade sighed and took his hand off her shoulder. Okay. Now I get it. So you want to do something that no one has ever done before, eh? At this point, Jura responded. I don't care anymore, and nothing you can say or do will get me to. Before she knew it, Slade had grasped her by the shoulders, hauled her up, and kissed her. Jura's eyes widened to the size of saucers as she found her lips being pressed up against Slade's. Her heart thundered in her chest at about 100 beats per second as the oscillation continued. Her body temperature rose dramatically and she felt her knees getting weak, as a kind of warmth spread through her very being. And the most shocking thing about it was, she liked it. Slade then ended the kiss and stepped away from her as she was still in a state of utter astonishment. He stood with his arms crossed in front of him and waited for Jura to find her voice. WW what? Why? Why you? Now that I've gotten your attention, Slade replied, I want you to listen up. Right now, you've just done something that no one on your planet has ever done. You're the first one to have kissed a man in over 100 years, and survived. Now you've got another opportunity to do something incredible. You get to save an entire planet. Now that's got to be something that nearly no one can claim to, right? Jura touched her still tingling lips with her fingers as she considered Slade's words. Then, she nodded. That's not half bad. All right, let's combine. Her partner held his crystal aloft. By the way, let's keep this between the two of us, okay? Tekkadread. Up in space, the Dread teams were having a very tough time. Several fighters, including Barnets, were out of commission as the pirates desperately tried to hold their defensive lines. However, the large machines took no damage and the cube types continued to press their attacks on the Nirvana. Inside the navigation well, Bart recited his mantra over and over again. I won't run. I won't run. I won't run. However, as soon as the ship was hit by several of the enemy fighters, he screamed like a little girl. I can't take this anymore. Don't be such a coward. Magno said as she spoke through Buzom's communicator. This caught everyone's attention as the captain spoke. I've been alive for a long time and I've seen many people die because I was helpless to do anything about it. However, all, those people never gave up. They fought to the end and I feel proud to have known them. I feel even prouder to know that the people I am with now are just as determined to never surrender. They believe in their hearts that what they are doing is right, because they had decided for themselves. And that is why I cannot abide those who let others determine their destinies and do nothing to change it. The speech had its desired effect as Bart tensed up and readied to face the enemy. I'm not moving an inch. At that moment another voice came over the communications. You're in the way. Move it. At the sound of Slade's voice, Bart immediately moved the Nirvana out of orbit as Tekkadread shot up from the planet's surface. Leave this to us, Slade said as he readied the craft. If you're not fast enough, then you'll end up as a casualty of war. Jura added. Tekkadread came to a point in orbit and let loose with its repulsor discs. Each device shot out to a specific position above the planet's atmosphere and then began emitting a strong field of energy. Soon the entire planet became surrounded by a force field. On the planet's surface, the water level receded as contact with the alien craft was cut off. Puzzle and Magna both smiled. In the Tekkadread's cockpit, Jura squealed with delight. I'd like to see those other Tekkadreads do this. It's too soon to celebrate. Slade reminded as he watched the two alien machines join together and began emitting a kind of vacuum force. Several of the cube fighters were drawn into the open maw of the monstrous ship. The Tekkaman smirked as he slammed a fist on another button. Open wide. For today only. It's all you can eat. A large opening in the force field formed just below the Tekkadread, causing a huge column of water to be sucked up from the ocean's surface. Using the larger disk as a kind of deflector, he redirected the stream to fire into the alien vessel. The entire craft began to shudder as it was being filled to the brim with seawater. Inside the fused dread, Jura became concerned as the cockpit began to shake. You are going to break it. Shut up and watch. The former Sodom replied. That thing was supposed to collect only the people on that island. It can't possibly hold the entire ocean. Out in space, Mia shook her head. That's so reckless. Dinah had to admit that she was a little jealous. A few moments later, the alien ship burst apart, sending water flying out into space and leaving only debris. Inside her Tekkadread, Jura immediately hugged her partner in celebration. They had done it. However, just as they had started to head back to the Nirvana, the threat sensors went off. Everyone else present also became shocked as they witnessed something else emerge from hyperspace. Apparently, the aliens had a backup plan to gather up the people of Anpaphos. What the? No way! Jura gasped. Okay. Now we have a problem, Slade said as he looked at the thing. Unlike the last alien ship, this one was not all passive. It was shaped like some giant, grotesque octopus, with long, metallic tentacles that waved about. Each arm had numerous gun ports, which began firing blasts at the dread formations and the Nirvana. As it caused the smaller ships to scatter, it began making its way toward Anpaphos and Tekkadread Jura. The Tekkaman guessed that the machine intended to land on the planet and scoop up the inhabitants. Since the people revered the aliens like gods, they would put up no resistance. Quick! Fire some more water at that yucky thing! Jura shouted as it neared them. Slade shook his head. I don't think that's going to work again. I have a feeling that they won't fall for the same trick twice. And what do we do? The person, who had been named Ranma when he had been born, looked about the controls and spied a red button that he hadn't noticed before. For all he knew, it was a self-destruct switch. Seeing that he had no other alternative, he shrugged and reached for it. Well, I haven't tried this one. He then pressed it while focusing his power into the console. To everyone's surprise, the repulsor discs suddenly dropped their energy shields and returned to circling around Tekkadread Jura. Then the awesome machine shot up out of orbit and headed toward the enemy. It let off a bright flare of light as its form began to shift. The arms and pincers retracted and reformed into a new configuration, just below the front of the fighter. The fuselage became elongated and sleeker as two more limbs appeared in the aft sections. A square head extended from a hidden section and twin sharp points sprouted to form fangs. A pair of wing-like thrusters appeared on the midsection as a wavy tail with a blaster cannon on the tip completed the appearance. It's a fight began as everybody stared at the second form of Jura's Tekkadread. Inside the Tekkadread, it's a tiger. I love it. Jura was ecstatic. For Slade, it was a different story. I hate it. Change it back. Apparently, the Tekkaman power process had not wiped out all the effects of the Nakoken. For reasons that he couldn't remember, he still hated cats with a passion, though he no longer feared them or went into the feral state. However, as the enemy bore down on them, Slade realized that this was no time to argue as he took hold of the controls of Tekkadread Jura. Behind him, in the new seating arrangement, Jura also began working the controls as she still wore a happy grin. She had her elegant form at last. Tekkadread Jura began dodging the laser barrage like a jungle cat that was evading its hunters. The blonde pilot marveled at how graceful her new machine moved. The discs floated about to deflect any incoming shot as the feline machine closed in on its prey. As it came up from behind the alien craft, Slade gritted his teeth. The sooner he got this over with, the sooner he could separate. He focused his power into the systems, causing the front claws to glow with energy. Tiger Claw. GOLTKK. As it passed by the mechanical octopus, the tiger Tekkadread made a mighty swipe. A flash of quantum energy blazed over the enemy, slicing the massive machine in twain. Then the two halves violently exploded like their predecessor, leaving Tekkadread Jura triumphant. YIP. Let's do it again. Jura's partner slumped over the controls and said, let's not ever do that again. After bidding their farewells to the free, yet ungrateful people of Anpaphos, the pirates resumed their voyage home. In the hangar, Jura cried out in disbelief. What? What did you mean that you didn't tape it? Barnett gave her fellow pilot a scowl. There wasn't any time to get out my camcorder. Jura then shrugged as she started boasting again. Oh well, no matter. Just be sure to tape the next time. Not only does my Tekkadread have the ability to shield an entire planet, but it has two magnificent forms. Mia became thoughtful as she said, apparently, your Tekkadread specializes in both offense and defense. The crab is for protection while the tiger is for attack. Slade let off an annoyed growl as he threw up his hands. Whatever. At least you won't be bugging me anymore about combining. However, just as he began to walk off, Jura shook her head, came up from behind, and wrapped her arms about him. Oh no. After today, I'm never letting you go. She also thought about that kiss that she and Slade had shared. Hey! What gives? Ida said with jealousy as she tried to pull Slade away from Jura. The blonde tried to pull him back toward her. I'm saying that from now on, he'll be combining with me. No way. Mr. Alien will combine with me. Slade gave a pleading look to the heavens above as he found himself in the middle of a tug-of-war. Finally he shouted out, "Let go of me." To be continued. Author's notes. Well, there we have it. As you can see, I decided to make Jura's Tekkadread to be a bit different than what was depicted in the original Vandread. I figured that a tiger would appeal to her and that it would be something that Slade would hate. As for the kiss, well, that will have its own consequences, as Slade becomes even more involved with the Nirvana's crew. Chapter 11 Songfic. Believe it or not, a Tekkadread songfic disclaimer. The original song came from the theme of the greatest American hero. I'm not sure who sung it, but I heard it on the radio and I couldn't keep it out of my head. Lyrics. This songfic takes place a few days after Chapter 9 of Tekkadread. We see the Nirvana speeding along in space on its way back to Megele and Tarak space. The crew is busy with their duties as life aboard the transformed ship takes on a steady routine. Inside, Slade is casually walking down a corridor, on his way to the recreation room. As he nears the area, he begins to hear piano music. He becomes moderately surprised to see Dinah playing in front of a large, antique grand piano that was situated near a far corner. Standing beside the piano and obviously enjoying the music were Magno, Jura, Barren and Mia. The Tekkaman smiled as he walked over, just as Dinah was finishing up her impromptu concert. The girls looked over to where Slade was when he started lightly applauding. "Dear boys, what brings you here?" the captain asked. "Oh, I was just walking along when I started hearing some wonderful music." He gave a gentle smile to the red-haired pilot. "You play very well." Dinah smiled at the compliment. "Thanks, Mr. Alien. It's something that my Oma taught me." "Do you play?" Slade became a bit flustered after being asked. "Who, me?" "Well," Dinah giggled. "Yes, I mean you, silly." Barnett snorted. "Ha! That's a laugh. What are you talking about?" Dinah asked, genuinely puzzled. "A man that's able to play music?" "Ha!" Barnett replied sarcastically. "Obviously, you don't know much about men, Dinah. They're too clumsy and crude to know how to play music or sing." Slade gave the dread pilot a whimsical look. "Oh really? And what's so hard to believe that men can play instruments and sing? All anyone has to do is look at the men on board the Nirvana." The doctor and navigator didn't even know what a piano was when they first saw it. She pointed at the instrument. Jura smiled as she nodded. "No offense to you, Slade, but I'd have to agree with Barnett. Men can't possibly understand the subtle beauty and joy of music like we females do." "Oh really?" Slade crossed his arms over his chest. "Well, I think that men could play and sing just as well as females can." "Oh yeah? Well, why don't you prove it?" Barnett pointed a finger at him. "Me?" Barnett nodded with a smug look on her face. "Yes. Why don't you play us something?" She gestured at the piano. "That is, unless you don't know how." Slade glanced down at the instrument for a while. "Well, it's been a long time since I played one of these things." "You can play?" Dinah asked. "Well, yeah, a bit. I picked up a few things besides fighting techniques during my travels. Ida smiled as she got up from the bench and offered it to him. I want to hear you play. As do I, the captain agreed. Barnet's smile became wider, and she made no effort to hide it. There was no way that Slade could back down from this challenge. She then got a more wicked idea as she inched toward an intercom and tapped the speaker control. Whatever horrible music Slade produced would be broadcast all over the ship. With all eyes directed at him, Slade sighed and nodded. He really shouldn't have opened his big mouth, but now he either had to put up or shut up. He slowly sat down on the bench and held out his hands. He started thinking back to when he learned to play a device that was similar to the ancient instrument. He began testing out some of the keys, trying to get a feel for them. "What's the matter, Slade? You said that you could play as well as a woman?" Barnet taunted. "Hold on. Just let me get warmed up. It's been a while since I did something like this." After playing a few more off-key notes, he nodded as he got a feel for the various tones. He then looked up to his audience. "Here's something I learned a while back. The people who taught me this song said that it was an old Earth lyric. It reminded me of how I felt when I first became a Tekkaman." The women listened closely and many were astounded when the piano began emitting a very dramatic melody. Then, to everyone's astonishment, in a very soft, yet pleasant tone, Slade began to sing. "Slade, look at what's happened to me. I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It should have been somebody else. The register." "Who's that singing on the speaker?" Yukio asked. Bascogni cocked her head to one side as her face took on a surprised look. "D-boy, Slade, believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away, on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe or not, it's just me." "That's our commander," one of the Vandread pilots asked. Shantu could only shake her head in disbelief. Ida smiled as she clasped her hands together and listened eagerly. "Slade, just like the light of a new day. It hit me from out of the blue. The medical station." "What is that?" Bard asked. Guero cocked an ear and listened. "I believe that is what the females refer to as music." Pilot was also shocked to hear that a man was actually making those wonderful sounds. "Slade, breaking me out of the spell I was in, making all of my wishes come true." He began playing more intensely as he played the next chorus. "Slade, believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me." The music began hitting a crescendo as Slade began reprising the last chorus. Engineering section. "Slade, believe it or not, he's pretty good for a man," Parfag remarked. The bridge. "Slade, believe it or not." Ezra nodded as she rubbed her pregnant belly. The dread platform. The maintenance crew took a short break as they stopped to listen to Slade's voice. "Slade, believe it or not." Though she was standing right there, Mia wondered how a man could actually play and sing so well. "Slade, believe it or not." At this point, Slade began playing his all. Slade, believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never knew I could feel so free. Flying away, on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. The music then slowly faded away as the Tekkaman quietly ended the song. When the final note was played and all became silent, he got up from the bench and walked out of the recreation hall, leaving an entire ship in total shock and awe. Then, one by one, the crew began to applaud. For Barnet, she was totally stunned at being showed up. Magno smiled as she watched Slade leave. It seems that there is far more to you, Slade, than just fighting. The end author's notes okay, so it sounded corny, but hey, it works in Slade's case, and I wanted to depict something other than just action and comedy. Asterisk Chapter 12 Asterisk Chapter 10 A little bit of Christmas SP. TKK Disclaimer, the devil made me do it. Thoughts Chapter 10 A little bit of Christmas spirit. The homeworld of the Harvest Fleet. Deep within the massive gears and framework of the once beautiful planet, the leaders of the Harvest were getting agitated. Inside a vast complex, several shadowy figures watched a series of images on a large, holographic monitor. The screen depicted the exploits of a certain pirate vessel, its amazing dread fighters, and one figure in particular. The images of the Tekkaman Slade were the most prominent of the recordings that had been transmitted back, after each encounter with the Megele pirates and their terrible eyes. This will not do, one of the viewers stated. Indeed. Another replied. This cannot continue. The harvest is already behind schedule, due to the interference of this Tekkaman. Yes, we have all seen the reports. A third added. However, this Tekkaman has already shown to be quite an obstacle. We have already lost a considerable amount of resources, and these individuals he is with have proven to be very adaptable. Perhaps we should concentrate instead on the other planets in our harvest operation, another leader suggested. After all, we are only dealing with one small ship. One small ship with some very powerful weapons and a Tekkaman. The first leader reminded. You do recall the Radam? Who has not? The second leader replied. After all, it was because of the Radam that we have the Pixies. The Radam were quite formidable. The third individual then added an observation. From all the preliminary scans from our drawings of this Tekkaman, we can assume that he is of the same biotechnology as the Radams. However, our scans also indicate that he has been in contact with the Pixies Brahma as well. Those strange fighters and that fusion process of theirs have also exhibited the effects of Pixies. That may be the key to their power. Very well then. We shall. How should we say it? Fight fire with fire. It had been more than 4 months since the Nirvana had begun its long trek back to Megele and Tarak space. Since that time, the crew had been trying to keep its morale up during the voyage and the constant alien attacks. Today, there was a blessed reprieve from the fighting as a special time of the year had arrived. The vessel became a flurry of activity as all the females began putting up lavish decorations. Currently, The ship was traveling along a course, which brought it near the path of a huge comet. "Commander, do you think we can put up the view of the comet on the main monitor?" PC nodded to her subordinate. "Go ahead." She then let off a tired sigh as she looked about the bridge. Dozens of crew members were milling about, putting up wreaths, tinsel and other holiday decorations. It was always like this every Christmas Eve, and the serious sub-commander saw it as a frivolous and meaningless activity. She had a large sweat drop as the captain suddenly appeared, dressed in a Santa outfit. "Well, we can't act Christmas without Santa Claus, right?" Magno said cheerfully as she greeted her crew. The females thought it was so kawaii, but Guzom's sweat drop only got bigger. In the kitchen, Barnett was busy making a special Christmas cake for the feast as Jura and Dinah helped out. "You should put more chocolate cream," Jura advised. "Oh, and don't forget the powdered sugar." Dinah smacked her lips after sampling some leftover icing. "Yummy." However, she received a rap on the head as Jura glared down at her. "Dinah, I told you to watch the turkey." The younger pilot sighed while nodding. However, when she turned and saw that thick black smoke was coming out of the oven, she leaped and ran straight for the kitchen door. "Dinah, come back here." Slade and the men watched the women in a state of confusion as they continued to put up decorations. The females were in a state of excitement that the Tarak males couldn't understand. "What's going on?" Bard asked. Puro nodded as he replied. "It's Christmas. Every year on December 24th, women celebrate this time." Slade cocked his head to one side and thought, then nodded. "Oh yeah. I remember something like that being practiced on some of the other planets I visited." "What is this? Christmas?" Puro asked. "It's a festival," Puro replied. "Didn't they have things like that on Tarak?" Bart reluctantly replied. "Well, they did have something like that." He shuddered a bit as he recalled the celebrations on his home planet, which were nothing more than military parading and shows of strength. But they weren't exactly what one would call enjoyable. The doctor nodded as he found Tarak parties to be boring. He then addressed the Tekkaman. "What about you? Since you're not from Tarak, do you know anything about Christmas?" The martial artist shrugged. "I had really vague memories of snow and some kind of activity called trimming the tree. I learned about Christmas from those other planets I visited, and I know some of the customs, though I'm not too sure if the women do the same stuff here." At that moment, the door opened, revealing a very perky Dread pilot. "Ah, there you are. Nuts. Finished? You don't celebrate Christmas?" Dinah asked as she, Puro and the men walked together down a hallway. Slade shrugged. "I was always on the move, so I didn't have much time to stay for parties. Men lead such depressing lives," the robot remarked. "They have to miss out on things like a great feast and yummy desserts. That's one of the best parts." Dinah agreed. Barnett is making a special Christmas cake. This, of course, caught Slade's attention. Even though he was no longer Ranma Sodom, he still retained the Sodom stomach, plus the high energy demands that the Tekkaman power system required. Well, I suppose I could lend a hand. The group entered a supply room, looking for decorations. The area had not been opened since the two ships had merged into the Nirvana. There was a considerable amount of dust and Slade noticed that a door was hidden behind a stack of boxes. "Hey, check this out." He pointed to the door while moving some of the boxes out of the way. He gave the door a slight push and it squeaked open, revealing a very dusty room full of items that had not seen the light of day in over a century. "Wow, what is all this stuff?" Dinah asked as she peered inside. Twirl ran a finger over a desk and assessed the amount of dust on its surface. "It seems that we have stumbled upon a section of the Ikazuchi during the colonization era." "Colonization era?" Bard asked. "Yes. This ship used to be a part of a colony fleet from Earth, according to the captain, remember? From the looks of all this dust, I'd say that this part of the ship has been sealed off since the time of the first generation." As the group looked about at the hodgepodge of ancient texts, toys, furniture and other miscellaneous items, Dinah spied a small box that was covered with a blanket. She knelt down and began rummaging through the container. She pulled out a rectangular object and held it out for the others to see. It was an ancient VHS tape with the label entitled Xmas with the Family. "What do you suppose this is?" Slade gazed upon it, then nodded. He looked about and pointed to an ancient videocassette player. Hooking up the old device to an outlet and patching it into the monitor systems of the ship, he then popped in the cassette. However, he had also accidentally connected the player to all the comm systems. As a result, everyone saw the show. In the ship's galley, the women stopped in their Christmas Eve preparations when a holographic screen appeared and showed a test pattern. The image was grainy and it had static along the edges from years of degradation, but it was still clear enough for all to see. The scene faded in on a quaint, Christmas setting. It showed a mother and her daughter sitting on a couch near a fireplace. Beside the family was a lavishly decorated tree and in the background, stockings were hung. In the woman's arms was a small infant. The women gave off oohs, ahs, and "how cute" comments as they continued to watch what appeared to be a perfect family Christmas on Megele. Then their expressions turned to absolute shock as a new character entered the scene and sat down beside them. The little girl let off a playful giggle and reached out to greet her father. "And no way," Piley gasped. "It can't be." Barnett shook her head in denial. A man and a woman. Jura didn't know why she suddenly had an image of herself and Slade in her mind, sitting together on the same couch in the video. What was the most shocking part about the entire scene was that everyone in the video appeared so happy. Amazing. Dinah exclaimed as she and the men continued to watch. Floating nearby, Puro gazed upon the small infant in the woman's arms. A small human. Is just my size. Hey, baby. A little later in the sick bay, a man and a woman living together under the same roof. Bart was hysterical at what he had just seen. It was sacrilege. Here's a tranquilizer. Duro offered some pills to his companion, which Bart quickly snatched up and gulped down with a glass of water. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. It was at that point that Slade dropped a bomb. No, it isn't. Both men looked at him in disbelief. The Tekkaman shrugged. Aren't we doing that right now? We're men and we're living under the same roof with the women, aren't we? Bart swallowed hard as he tried to get his mouth to work to deny everything. Dwyer thought for a moment and said, well, technically that is true, but what? Slade interrupted. There's nothing to get excited about. I've seen it happen hundreds of times. In fact, it's natural. No, it can't be natural. Bart adamantly denied. It can never happen on Tarak or Megele. Slade snorted a bit. Well, in case you haven't noticed, we're not on Tarak or Megele, are we? And besides, who says that Tarak and Megele are the only worlds that has humans living on it? I've seen dozens of planets, in which colonists from Earth have settled, and they still practice the old customs between men and women. This caught the doctor's interest. Fascinating. I'd like to hear more about your travels. Slade was about to oblige, but decided not to elaborate, considering Bart's agitated state. Maybe later. In Dinah's bedroom. It's so cool. Dinah sighed as she lay on her bed in seeming bliss. In her lap was a small box that was wrapped in green paper with a cartoon drawing of herself. On the top was a message that said, "Do not open until midnight." On the bridge, Puzon tried to maintain a semblance of order among the crew, but it was a losing battle. The females were too excited to concentrate on their duties, and the first officer knew that until the Christmas season was over, not much was going to be done. She let off another sigh as she sat down at a console and started scanning the surrounding areas, looking out for any sign of the enemy. Slade was walking down the hall when his nose caught the slight scent of something that had been burned. He looked to his left and noted that he was near the galley. With little else to do until the party, he decided to investigate. It's no use. The turkey is ruined. Barnett commented sadly as she stared at the blackened mess that would have been the main entree of the feast. The appetizers, a few side dishes and dessert had been prepared, but there was still a big gap in the Christmas menu, especially when it was meant to feed over 150 crew members. Ooh, it's all Dinah's fault. Sure about it. She should have been watching it. Now there's no time to thaw out another one. So what can we cook for the main course? Why not just cook some more varied dishes? Slade suggested. A buffet-style dinner is always better for feeding large groups. Both women turned to see Slade casually leaning against the door to the kitchen with his arms crossed over his chest. Barnett scowled at him. Oh, go away. We don't need any more problems. The Tekkaman cocked his head in slight puzzlement. Even after all he had done for the Nirvana and its crew, Barnett was still very hostile toward him. Problems? I just heard that you didn't have anything for the main course and I thought I'd make some suggestions, maybe even help out with the cooking. This caught both females' attention. You can cook? Yeah, right. Barnett scoffed. Since when can a man cook anything that isn't pill-shaped? Slade sighed while shaking his head. He began walking up to them. In case you haven't heard, I'm not from Tarak. And lots so unbelievable about a man being able to cook. This perked Jura's interest. It seemed that she was learning something new about Slade every day, which made him even more intriguing. Maybe this was the reason why Dinah was always pursuing him. You can really cook? The martial artist shrugged. Hey, I had to learn since I was always hopping planets. What? You thought I survived on those nutrition pills all this time? HMPF. Barnett snorted. I don't believe it. There's just no way a man could cook anything good. Slade shrugged again as he approached the kitchen counter and deftly picked up a carving knife. Without looking back at her, he put his hand on a head of lettuce and said with a little smile, well, I guess the best way to prove it is to show you. He turned on the sink faucet. H-I-Y-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. With that battle cry he washed the lettuce and tossed it into the air, followed by some cucumbers, tomatoes, onions and various other foodstuffs. Twirling the carving knife in one hand, he began using high-speed, precision strokes, cutting each vegetable like living cuisine art. Before the food had a chance to fall a hundredth of the way down to the floor, they were neatly diced or sliced. A heartbeat later, Slade held out a large bowl and caught the food in perfect arrangements. The shredded lettuce made a neat base while the sliced cucumbers and tomatoes made neat circular patterns, followed by the onions, radishes, pre-hard-boiled eggs, parsley and so forth. He repeated the process several times, giving a whole new meaning to the term tossed salad. After completing the salads, without loss of momentum, he turned to the stove and fired it up, while flipping a wok onto the burner. A few moments later and the wok was sizzling as meat, vegetables and sauces were added in their correct proportions. His hands worked with remarkable dexterity as he prepared several dozen servings of stir-fry. Every time he finished, he'd flip the contents high into the air and toss a plate after them. The food would land onto the plate without a single drop spilled and the entire platter would land easily on the waiting dinner table, which would be wheeled out into the biopark during the party. Both Barnett and Jura stood with their mouths open as they watched Slade whip up a storm of culinary delights with the cooking implements. Every now and then, he'd throw in a flashy maneuver, making the process of food preparation even more entertaining. He'd twirl knives or juggle them back and forth. He'd hurl food high into the air and catch them in seemingly impossible positions. He'd balance several trays on his head, fingers, arms and knees. As the cooking show continued, the delicious aromas began to waft down the hall, attracting several new spectators, including two descendants of girls who would have been Ranma's fiancées. Yukio and Shantu had been carrying tree decorations when they both smelled the delicious food being prepared in the kitchen. Naturally assuming that it was Barnet's handiwork, they decided to stop and watch. They were quite surprised to see Slade doing all work. "How is he doing that?" Jura asked, as her eyes never left Slade's lean muscled form. Shantu, Yukio and all the rest of the girls who had stopped to watch were rendered speechless. A man was actually cooking. Yukio the VXI gasped when the Tekkaman started preparing something new. She instantly recognized the recipe as batter was being poured onto the grill. "It can't be. Only my family knows the secrets of okonomiyaki." However, Slade was also knowledgeable in the ancient recipe of Japanese pizza. Though his memory of his former life as Ranma was mostly gone, he still retained certain memories of taste, as he had always loved Nuken's cooking. After awakening from the Tekkapod and wandering about the cosmos, he had eventually come across a recipe that was similar to what he vaguely recalled. A few bouts of trial and error and he finally achieved the taste that he so faintly recollected. One flipping the pancake-shaped dough with a pair of spatulas, he easily filled platter after platter of Uken's specialty. After filling up the banquet table with various and succulent types of food including egg rolls, several noodle dishes and soups, he finished up by twirling one final plate of food and threw it like a frisbee at the opposite wall. The meal ricocheted off the wall, bounced off another, flipped high into the air and came down toward Barnet. The plate and food made 3 revolutions and was deftly caught by Slade, just after he made a neat flip over kitchen counter and landing before the astonished dread pilot. "Dinner is served," Slade said with a flourish as he placed the platter down with the rest of the food and left the kitchen. The crowd of girls all began applauding at the show as Barnet stood in disbelief. Jura looked on him with new interest. Near the back of the crowds, Yukio sampled the okonomiyaki that Slade had made and her eyes became wider. "That's my ancestor's recipe that's been handed down throughout the generations." She could only watch as the Tekkaman made his leave. How could he know my family's secret? Unless he's... No, that's impossible. He couldn't be. Like BCE, Mia was also not much when it came to celebrations. Her childhood, after her parents' scandal, had been hard and she didn't have many happy memories of celebrating Christmas and her birthday after that. Since joining up with Magno's pirates, she had been dedicating her time to her duties. Currently, she had decided to patrol the area and was in the hangar where her dread was stored. She noticed Vascogni and one of her staff trying to work in a spare seat into Dida's cockpit, but with little success. Apparently, the dread was not meant for economy-sized passengers. Slade whistled a little ditty as he strolled through the hallways. It was an old tune that he had heard during his travels at this time of year. What was that song called again? Oh yes. Let It Snow. He then heard a small explosion coming from the biopark. He ran to the area and saw that a large machine was smoking with Perfect standing beside an open panel. Me thinks me goofed. What's going on? Perfect? Slade asked as he walked toward the engineer. Kuzum and a few others also came to the scene after hearing the device throw a fit. The head engineer looked up and gave Slade a bit of a sheepish smile. I'm trying to make it snow in time for the Christmas parade. One of the engineering staff came up to her and shook her head while showing the blueprints for the snowmaking machine. I'm afraid that we blew out a couple of the relays, ma'am. Perfect kept her spirits high. Don't worry. I'll make it snow for Christmas. But at this rate, we won't make it in time for the parade. Oh yeah, that's right. Maybe I should scrap it. Jura shook her head as she and Barnett came up to them. Jura's friend gave Slade a bit of a scowl. She didn't like being showed up twice. I won't have it. It wouldn't be Christmas without snow or snow sculptures. Jura stated with a pout. Kuzum sighed as she tried to suggest an alternative. We'll be passing by that huge comet by midnight. That should satisfy everyone's desire for snow this year. But it wouldn't be the same. One crew member complained. Yes. We'll only be able to see it from inside the ship. A girl named Celtic Midori added. She was wearing a huge bear costume and Slade often wondered why she would put on a klutzy costume that covered her entire body. As far as the Tekkaman could remember since coming aboard the Nirvana, he had never seen her face. It must be really hot under that suit. He then decided to leave since he didn't know how to make snow and would only be getting in the way. He decided to go out and get some exercise. Later, Slade nodded as he rode on Pega's back in his Tekkaman armor, and watched the comet streaking alongside him. The mass of ice was huge and was at least 2 miles in diameter, leaving a vast tail of vapor and debris. As he gazed upon the giant chunk of frozen water, his eyes caught a glimpse of something entering the comet's tail on the other side. He opted to investigate and directed the Tekkapod to enter the comet's tail as well. Just as they passed through a thick layer of ice, he saw some flashes of light occurring, and correctly guessed that there was some battle going on. He immediately changed course. A little earlier, in her dread, Mia had been routinely patrolling the area when her sensors picked up some strange energy readings occurring within the comet's tail. She decided to investigate and dug through the icy layers to find an ambush. Her fighter became entangled in lattice of energy bands and was prevented from moving. She looked up from her cockpit and saw her captor. The machine was a grotesque-looking thing and resembled an armored spider with a huge eye in its center. It had been programmed by its masters to observe the Nirvana and attack any of its unwary crew. The alien craft had set up a kind of solid energy web and it had been lying in wait for any prey. Unfortunately for the Dread leader, the machine considered her entangled Dread like a fly caught in a spider's web. At that moment, another flashed onto the scene. Mia's eyes widened as she saw Slade pass by her stricken craft. At the same time, the Tekkaman caught sight of her. Both said at the same time, "What are you doing here, Mr. Alien?" Ida cried out as she went looking for Slade to give him her present. It was nearing midnight, but she had been unable to find him. Slade was busy slicing away with his lance at the energy bands that held Megele captive. The Tekkapod was using its laser cannons to aid its master in freeing their comrade. The aqua-haired girl became more impatient as time wore on. "Stop fooling around and get me out of here. Use that beam weapon of yours." The Tekkaman stopped what he was doing and cocked his head in annoyance. "You want me to use my Voltiker to get you out?" "Yes," Slade replied in a sarcastic tone. "Oh sure. My Voltiker can destroy a mountain. I could use it to blast this energy net. Of course, you and your dread would be atomized along with it." Sheesh. He then went back to cutting with his weapon. At that moment, the armored spider began advancing on Slade. However, the former Shodan simply turned and hurled his lance through the giant eye of his foe, causing it to stagger backward. "Bug off. I'm busy," he said as he sent out a line to retrieve his weapon. Ida became even more worried as midnight was only a few minutes away. She still hadn't located Mr. Alien and the crew was counting down the minutes to midnight. With one final slash, Slade freed Megele from its prison. As the craft maneuvered to get underway, the Tekkaman called for his robotic partner. Both Dread Pilot and Tekkaman hightailed it out of there. However, the alien spider machine still did not want to give up. It began pursuing the two, but Slade decided to bring out the big guns. Turning about, his shoulder units opened up and GOLTKK. Midnight. Merry Christmas. KBOM. The head of the comet made a spectacular explosion, causing the ice particles to shower the nirvana. To all those inside, it looked like it's snowing outside. It's so beautiful. I wonder what happened. Has anyone seen me or Slade? On the bridge, Kuzum was also wondering what was going on, and where those two went. Her communications array then picked up two voices from somewhere near the comet's head. "I think you overdid it. Picky, picky, picky. I got rid of it, didn't I? I also cooked dinner and the crew got to see some snow for Christmas. What more do you want? Alright. Like you planned that last one. Yeesh. Maybe I should have just left you in that web. Merry Christmas anyway." Kuzum shook her head while smiling. Those two may sometimes have their differences, but at least she knew that they were alright as they headed back to the nirvana. For the rest of the crew, Christmas came without a hitch and even the Tarak men became involved in the concept of gift-giving. Perfect managed to get her snow machine working, so it snowed not only outside of the ship, but inside as well. Tuero had presented her with a painting of what he called the flow of white blood corpuscles, but in actuality, it looked like a picture of a blizzard. Jura received a fabulous diamond ring from Barnet, while Barnet received from Jura a kiss. That was it. PC was quite surprised to be presented with a gift from Bart. Her present was the choicest pills from Garsu's Foods, which were colored in red, green and white. Oh well. It was the thought that counted, right? Mia was a bit peeved that she now had Slade her life twice, although she had to admit that he was a pretty good cook. Before she knew it, she was on her third helping of his homemade egg rolls and okonomiyaki. As for Slade, Mr. Alien, Dinah cried out as she saw him exit the Tekkapod's cockpit in the hangar. HMM? Oh, hi. Slade greeted. He was pretty hungry and hoped there was still some food left at the banquet that he helped prepare. Here, Dinah said as she held out the box she had been carrying. I wanted you to open this at midnight. Slade took the box and looked at it. Ah, thanks, but you really didn't have to. I wanted to, Dinah said with a smile, then looked at him intently, as if expecting something from him. The martial artist found himself in a very awkward situation. Here she was, giving him a present, and he felt like a louse for not having anything for her in return. He looked about and saw some coal in a small bucket near the boarding ramp. Apparently, the hangar crews were planning to use the coal for eyes when they started building snowmen in the biopark. He got an inspiration. Would you just close your eyes for a minute? Dinah looked at the Tekkaman with a bit of puzzlement. Why? Just do it. The redhead shrugged and closed her eyes. Slade quickly leapt down, grabbed a small lump of coal, and then began focusing his ki and quantum energy into it while squeezing. Using all the super strength at his disposal, and his energy manipulation powers to focus a good amount of heat into the substance, he triggered a reaction which rearranged the carbon structure. A minute later, he opened his hand and smiled at the finished product. He ran back up to the Tekkapod, took out the emergency toolkit and fished out a length of string. Then, after a minute of preparation, he instructed Dinah to open her eyes again. The girl gasped in delight as she looked down and saw what was hanging from her neck. From a humble lump of coal and some string, Slade had fashioned a rough diamond pendant. Merry Christmas, Slade said as he leaned forward and gently kissed her on the forehead. Dinah gasped again as she felt his lips touch her skin, but then Slade wound up to a certain decoration that was hanging above them. It was a green plant with white berries that was known as mistletoe. He gave her a wave and headed out to join the banquet before the food was all gone. Dinah felt a warmth in heart that she had never felt before as she watched him leave. Thank you, Mr. Slade. Later, Slade yawned as he entered his quarters. The feast had been good and he was ready to hit the sack. He then remembered that he still hadn't opened Dinah's gift, which he still carried. He decided that now would be as good a time as any. With one pull, the lid popped off and out flew a toy flying saucer with a Santa Claus hat. An electronic voice that sounded like Dinah's began wishing him a Merry Christmas, then exploded into a cartoon figure of himself in a Santa Claus suit. However, she called it Santa Alien. Figures. Oh well. I guess it's the thought that counts. Slade then prepared for bed. On the bridge, Puzzle and the captain were enjoying a glass of eggnog together before turning in. Well, we've made it through another year, the old woman commented, in which her first officer agreed. We've seen a lot of things and been through many battles, but we can still count our blessings and be thankful. Yes. Kuzum nodded. And I must admit, that Slade is not quite what I expected. That was a wonderful dinner that he cooked for the crew. The ancient woman smiled and chuckled. Oh, I knew that he was someone special, and not because of his powers. Oh, many of the crew won't admit it. He's already won all of our hearts, and I sometimes wonder where we'd be without him. Yes. The captain then finished off Ragnar. In any case, I'm glad for this time of year in which we can forget our worries for at least one day. Enjoy it while you can, Magno, for on the harvest homeworld. Progress report. The project is well underway and we expect it to be completed within a week. The tech replied as he gestured to a large suspension chamber, which had a hum figure floating within it. Excellent. One of the harvest leaders replied. Behind him were his colored ways as they had decided to check on the status of their new projects. We will be sending one of the main ships to the Melenos system to oversee the skin collections. Our projections show that the Nirzana will be nearing that sector within a few days. I trust that the new countermeasures against the Tekkadreads will be ready by then. Yes, masters. Not only the Tekkadread countermeasures, but also our solution to the Tekkaman Slade problem. I believe that with all the data that we've collected, we can create a far superior weapon against him. The tech gestured to the chamber. Although, it is costing us some very good human organs. The tech looked down hungrily at the contents of the cylinder. The tech's masters shook their heads and gave their underling a glare. The tech could look, but not touch. The leader who spoke walked up to the cylinder. This will be a small price to pay. Once we have eliminated the threat of the Tekkaman, we shall be free to harvest once more. This will be the last battle of the Tekkaman Slade, for this shall be our weapon, our sword against the one whom opposes us. Therefore, we shall call it Saber. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of the Christmas episode. The scenes regarding the harvesters now hint at the connection between them and the Radam. There are only 3 more chapters to go. As for what's in that cylinder, you guessed it. Next chapter will deal with mutiny, and Slade's encounter with another race that the Earth wishes to harvest. 1. Just remember that Slade used to be Ranma, and he had a real good memory when it came to food. That's one of the very few things that was retained after the Tekkaman power process had changed him. 2. The first time Barnet had gotten showed up was between chapter 9 and 10 in the songfic, believe it or not. Asterisk chapter 13 asterisk, chapter 11, a place to belong DKK80 disclaimer. Why ask why? Thoughts chapter 11 a place to belong. Slade sighed as he balanced a couple of cartons in his arms, while following Dinah through a food storage room. He didn't know why he agreed to be her pack mule, but when she came at him with those sad, pulpy dog eyes, he caved in like a house of playing cards. Just what was it about him that couldn't stand to see a girl cry? All I need now are some carrots. the redhead stated as she picked up a carton off a shelf. Loading it atop the two that Slade was already carrying, she turned to make a beeline toward the exit. It was then that she saw Piley had been hiding behind the shelf. "What are you doing here?" the little apprentice nurse asked. Dinah became a bit flustered as she tried to explain without giving away the true purpose of her raiding the storeroom. "Ooh, well, I'm just here to cook up something for lunch, that's all." Piley became a bit disappointed, then perked up and asked, "By the way, Dinah, do you know what day this is?" Dinah shrugged while smiling. "Sure, it's Thursday." "Anything else?" the 11-year-old asked with hope. No, I can't think of anything else." She turned to Slade. "Come on, Mr. Alien." The Tekkaman winced. Was it too much to ask for her to call him by his name? He could tolerate the D-boy nickname from Gascogny and Magno, but being called Mr. Alien was getting really old. The two left the storage area, leaving a saddened girl. The hangar. "Are you sure about this, Perfect?" one of the maintenance crew asked as she watched her supervisor begin adding some new components and circuits to the Tekkapod. "Yep. This should give Pegasus some extra firepower," the bespectacled girl replied. "I've been thinking about these upgrades for a while now. But man, we're talking about tinkering with something that we know next to nothing about. We've already scanned Slade and his crystals several times and we still don't have a clue as to how the Tekkaman power system works." "Not quite," Perfect interjected as she closed up a panel. "After analyzing the last few battles, I think I may have an idea as to how Slade's Voltiker works. If I'm right, these new modifications should be able to enhance the Voltiker. Once I get all the bugs worked out." "You want to make that thing stronger? Isn't it powerful enough as it is?" "Well," the chief engineer began, "you have to admit that Slade has been our best weapon against the aliens, especially with the dreads. Then again, there's always the chance that we might come across something that even he can't handle after combining. I wanted to make sure that we have another option." "Yeah, but these modifications that you're planning will take days to install." "Well, we're not under attack now, are we?" Perfect was correct to begin preparations, for the Nirvana's crew and Slade would soon need them. On the home world of the Harvesters, another project was already well on its way to completion. We've imprinted all of Tekkaman Slade's known battle tactics from our drone's recordings into the subject's cerebral cortex. He'll be able to counter every one of his moves and perform at a much higher rate," the tech declared as he and his colleagues worked to finish their latest project. "We've input all of the Tekkaman's known powers and weaponry, as well as the Tekkadreads." Another tech waved off that last bit of information about the enhanced dreads. In addition to the battle footage from the drones, they had been monitoring the enemy frequencies on their long-range sensors. "We've already completed the countermeasures for those fusion tactics. They're in their final stages of testing. Actually, the simplest way to counter those maneuvers is to prevent the Tekkaman from combining with the dreads. The main problem is that even without combining, the Tekkaman is extremely formidable on his own, especially with that Voltiker. The first tech nodded as he pointed to certain areas of the figure in the gestation tube. Well, let's see just how he fares against the anti-Voltiker. The Nirvana's sick day. It's not fair. Ikazuchi and Puero discussed about their situation on the Nirvana. We've been on this ship for months now and the others still don't give me any respect. When the good doctor did not answer right away, the navigator continued to whine about his lack of prestige among the women. On Tarak, he had been a figure of some repute. Of course, that was because of his position as the heir to Garsu's foods, but here on the Nirvana, the crew took little to no notice of him. Never mind the fact that he was the only person who could steer the fused craft. Without him, the ship would do nothing but drift endlessly in space. But did those women even show the slightest bit of appreciation? No. The only man those women ever talked about was, "Mr. Alien, is that too heavy?" "None, I'll be fine," the Tekkaman replied as he followed the apprentice pilot down a corridor, heading to the kitchen. In his arms were 3 large boxes, which partially blocked his sight. As he passed by a door, he heard someone breathing heavily and decided to pause for a moment and have a look. The door was slightly opened, so he opted to take a quick peek. His eyes widened a bit at what he saw. This was the first time he had ever seen Celtic Midori without that silly, full-body bear suit. He had to admit that she was cute. She had a slender form and her skin was pale. Her grey-blue hair was cropped in a short style that framed her heart-shaped face nicely. When his gaze traveled down, his cheeks reddened a bit when he saw her in nothing but her undergarments. Mentally chiding himself for acting like a peeping Tom, he shook his head and quickly turned to catch up with Ida. Unfortunately, the top box in his arms tilted the wrong way and Slade had to swerve to the other side to right himself. As a result, he bumped into the door, causing it to slide completely open. Just as he stopped the curtains from falling to the floor, he found himself facing a scantily clad girl. Celtic Midori's reaction was predictable. Hey, pervert. WHABOM. As Slade lay face first on the floor, he wondered just where she had produced that huge hammer. The sick day. So what can I do so that the others will give me more respect? Bard asked. The physician thought about it for a while then decided to use a story to explain. Once upon a time, there was a man with very short hair, and he wanted to part of a group. The problem was that they all had very long hair. They decided that the best way to join that group was to have long hair as well. So he bought himself a wig and asked to join. They accepted and he became a part of the group. However, some time later, they discovered that he really had short hair but they accepted him into their group anyway, since they had all become good friends. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Bart thought for a minute, then nodded as if he comprehended. I get it. He then went off to his quarters. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Ezra was at her post. However, her mind was not on her duties, but rather on what she would name her child when she was born. She had been compiling a list of names and wondered which one would suit the baby. The little robot Puro had been insisting since the Christmas party to name the baby Puro too, but Ezra didn't like that one. However, she was just too kind-hearted to tell the Naiva's mascot that she was going to choose a name other than Puro for her daughter.